What's going on, family? What's going on? Welcome to Sage Talk on the Lapeef Network. Before we get the show started, let's make sure you guys hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, Tej Hanley, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. That link is pinned in the chat. 30% off along with a free gift. So make sure you guys feel a Tej. Got a whole bunch of goodies over there for you guys. Click that link. That's how you get that discount. Shout out to the greatest network ever, the Lapeef Network. We're the greatest to do it. The Lapeef Experience will be taking over DC. Make sure you guys stay tuned for that. Subscribe, set the notifications to all. Make sure you guys follow Lapeef Network on Instagram. That's how you're going to stay in tune to what's going on. With all due respect, let me bring up the man of the hour, Sage Talk Lee. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Doing well, doing well. Good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody doing today? Good to see you here back again at another Sage Talk. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. All right, Sage, I'm going to go ahead and get up out of here, man. Make sure you guys hit that like button for Sage. Let's show him some support. When you guys come up, the link will be dropping shortly. When you guys come up, make sure you guys are on cam. You must be on cam the entire time, even in the back room. That's how we can verify that you are a real person. I'm going to drop the link shortly, so get yourselves a seat and get ready for a great show. All right, lead them out here.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you guys are back, and I'm hoping this is going to be a really good conversation. Definitely, I would like to say that at the end of my monologue, I want to make this particular show, because of the topic, I'd like women who may be of like mind to want to come up on the panel to add their commentary or their perspective. I would definitely want females to participate in this show today. As you guys know, I try to keep my conversations in general to men. Obviously, there are many females who do patronize the show, and you're welcome. I appreciate it. But I'm trying to really focus on having men look at life in a certain perspective, help them strengthen areas where they feel they may lack, and overall, in general, give them some ideas on how they can manage life better. But before I get into the topic today, I really want to have a conversation with you guys because this has definitely been an experience for me. And looking back over the past 6, 7 months, 8 months or so since I've been doing this show, you know, in the beginning, I was thinking to myself, what was JR thinking? I probably won't even last a month doing a show. And the reasons why is because I didn't really think, you know, me as a much older individual, probably 20 to 30 years senior to many of the audience, what would I have of value that you guys may want to hear? So I didn't think there would be a real connection. But now in hindsight, looking back, I will say this: you guys have been a tremendous audience. You have tuned in every Sunday to support myself, the show Sage Talk, and the network, the Lapeef Network. So give yourself a round of applause because you guys have been tremendous. Listening to my ramblings every Sunday and what my perspectives might be on a particular show or conversation, I definitely want to be able to say thank you. So I just wanted to kind of drop my appreciation for the support that you guys have given me. But before I go into the entire conversation, I want to have a discussion as well. And this discussion is mainly for men. And I would entitle this Codes of Life. And the reason I'm entitling it Codes of Life is because I think as an older person, I have some perspective. I've lived 6 decades already. I do have some ideas and physical experience about the world. And I wanted to add some things that I think maybe some of the younger men that tune into my show or Sage Talk on a weekly basis can maybe find some things of value that they may be able to utilize. From a young boy, I've always had a certain mindset. I was pretty much, I would say, enlightened from I was very young. I read a lot. I was somewhat like a nerd when I was young, but I was kind of like not a regular nerd because I was never the type to get bullied or anything like that. I was a fighter. I liked to fight. I didn't like being bullied. And I used to take up for some of my friends that did get bullied. So I was kind of a different kind of nerd because I was in the books, but I was also like a cool kid. One of the things I would say that you want to be able to learn or find out early what type of a person are you. And what I mean by that is, we have the general good person, bad person, but those are too broad of a definition for an individual. But in essence, how do you see yourself? And I would say, like Kevin Samuels used to say, R.I.P. to Kevin, when he used to tell women to rate themselves outwardly was, butt naked out of the shower, no makeup, in the mirror, what do you see? And what I would say with regards to that is something similar, but just you looking in the mirror at yourself, knowing the man that you are, evaluating yourself in the true essence of you as a person. Nothing that anyone else would know about you but you. All the secrecies and the things that you have done that no one else may know of. And what I found out about myself, and I was the type of guy that I would test myself. Like a true scientist always try to prove his or her hypothesis. So I would test myself. And what I mean by that is that, I would do things sometimes to go against my mind, contrary to what I would normally maybe not do, to see what the outcome would be. And from an early age, I came to realize that my karma comes quick. Whenever I did effed up shit, I didn't always get caught, but things turned out bad. So I knew from a very early age, in my early teens, 14, 15 years of age, that I couldn't walk on the left-hand side of life because I wouldn't have long to enjoy whatever benefits I got. So as a man, I knew that my life would be different than many of the young men who were friends of mine that I grew up with. I taught different than they did. Though I grew up in a neighborhood, not so much different than maybe many of you. I didn't grow up in the projects, but Harlem in the late 60s and the early 70s was a nice place as a community, but it was the beginning of the height of the drug era. So for whichever of you or whomever of you come from a drug-infested neighborhood or community, you would probably identify with those experiences that I've had myself. You know, stepping over dope fiends who are nodding out on the front of your building, can't even get in. Being robbed when I was around 12, the lights were out in my hallway, and when I was going upstairs, somebody ran up behind me, put a knife to my throat, took my boombox. You know, that was effed up. You know, but those were some of my early years. And I knew that just because I was from that community, that my life would not go according to many of the people who I grew up with and the older guys that were before me, how their life had gone. So why I want to talk about life codes is because your environment does not have to be, or does not have to perceive your life outcome. It should not be the stamp by which, just because you came from a particular area, that your life, however it's going to turn out, is already set in stone. It's not. And over time, I started to make rules for myself. You know, we talk about men having codes now, having standards. That was something, even as a young man, that I was starting to develop when I was young. Because first it started out with my behavior and my general conduct. But as I grew older, probably between the ages of 14 and 18, I started to set my rules of conduct about myself and how I interact with people. Now, I'm not sure who is from Harlem in this audience, or maybe it was something done in your community back in the day. But in my day, they used to have a guy who used to come around with a truck selling, he was called the butter egg man. He used to sell butter, egg, and cheese. And it would be butter egg man, and he'll be driving through the neighborhood. So whenever he came down Manhattan Avenue, where I was from, I'd jump on the truck, and whatever, you know, he's selling, people are buying, I would collect the money and give him the product. And I would ride with him for a couple of miles, and then when he come back down 8th Avenue by my house, I'd jump off. So, you know, he'd give me a little change, whatnot. And that was when I was like between 12 and 13 years old. I used to hustle like that. And then back then in New York, when you turn 14, you can get what's called working papers, as long as your parents signed it. So I got my working papers and I started working. And that initially started to set the tone for me as to how I was going to project my life. I had a lot of friends that hustled, scrambled, and I partook for a little bit, but it wasn't going to be a goal of mine. And one of the things you find out early about people is that money is like a measuring stick. It can help you filter out people in your life. And what do I mean by this? We all have friends, different type of friends, colleagues, associates. And they would like to, sometimes somebody want to borrow some money or whatnot. And what I started to find out at an early age is that money became a measuring stick for you to be able to assess the character of people. And that if someone would come to me wanting to borrow money, they might say, hey, Lee, I need a G. Can you help me out? Obviously, you're going to weigh who is asking by the closeness of the friend. But one of the rules that I developed when I lent money to people was that I never lend more than I can lose. So depending on the individual, if they ask me for a G, I might say, look, I'm a little tight, but I could give you 300. 300 in my mind for that individual, I could write that off. And I'd give them the 300. But 9 times out of 10, what happens is that you'll never get that money back. And if and when you see that person again, they'll always have some type of excuse. Yo, I didn't forget you, but I'm gonna hook you up as soon as I'm working on this gig and da 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 da. They give you a story. And what I started to notice over time is that some people can eliminate themselves out of your life easily. It's like we always say, in terms of Black people and Black men particularly, respect is a big thing amongst us, right? Another one of my codes is that some people say you have to earn their respect before you give respect. I do the opposite. I give respect before respect is given. I treat respect like a handshake. When you meet somebody new, you offer it. If they shake your hand back, cool. If they don't, cool. So I usually give respect to people out front. And what it does is that people who have respect within themselves will be respectful with you. People who don't have respect, you will get to know who they are very quickly. I remember when I was young, I had a friend. And one day, I guess someone came around that he didn't no longer like. And he was telling me, hey, look, Lee, you shouldn't be friends with so-and-so because he's this, that, and the other. So I said, I told him, I says, look, you know what? I don't know what happened between you and him, but he haven't done anything to me. So don't pick my friends. I'll pick my own friends. And I was very straightforward like that as a person. But one of the things I tend to realize is that sometimes people leave out parts of the story that may damage their reputation. So they may tell you the negative thing about somebody else, but not what they did to cause that friendship to go awry. because at one point they were friends, but they're no longer friends. So something happened there. So I never let other people choose my friends for me. That was something that I never did. But coming back to the whole situation with regard to respect, respect is something that is very inert in a person. You learn it at a very young age. How you grow up, the people around you, family especially, and friends secondarily as well. So it's something that by the time you're a teenager or a young man, you really have developed all those things within you. Like, I know some guys, they would be walking around distrusting of everyone. And I'm not saying like every single person, but because they don't trust anyone, you got to prove your trust first. They're always distrustful of everyone. I find that to be very stressful. I'm just the opposite. I am trusting of you until you give me a reason not to trust you no more. So I guess I would say I look for the good in others, right? And sometimes when you do that, even people who may not always display good qualities in your presence tend to do so. Because maybe it's something that they've never seen before. For example, like in this space, I hear people say, and I've listened to different content creators, and I hear so often women will say things like, if they're in a relationship and the man that they're in a relationship cheats on them, they'll pay him back. They'll cheat on him to hurt him. I'm not like that. If my woman cheats on me, I get rid of her. It's just that simple. I'm not going to let the thing that's in her, that negative spirit, come inside of me and make me a negative person. Because if I go out and cheat on her, how can I ever hold her accountable for what she did? I can't. Because I did it too. So now I have now taken on that negative spirit inside of me, and now I will be behaving like that in future relationships with other people. So I never allow the negative things that other people do, even when they do it to you, or in this case, myself, I don't let that give me permission to be wicked back. I just remove them out of my life. So in essence, even though I have lived so many years already, I'm still very much the same person that I've always been. The character of who makes me, me, I haven't strayed from that. The boundaries and the rules that I've set up for myself, I keep. Now, it doesn't mean that I don't break them sometimes. I have. I'm not infallible in that way. But when I do, I check myself. See, one of the things about having codes is that you have to set them for yourself so you could build yourself up and make you strong. It's no different than working out and exercising. Trains the muscles. Codes train your mind to be a certain type of way. It forces you to stay within the boundaries of yourself as a character of whoever it is that you want to be, and not allow other people from life that you meet along your journey of life to mold you into something else. Because the slings and darts of life, weather beaten, can change a person, sometimes for the good, but at other times for not so good. Nat P says, vengeance is for the Lord. Not sure what that is. For the Lord. Not sure what word you're trying to spell there. Retype it. But some people, yes, some people do believe in vengeance. I think you have to be very careful when you go down the path of vengeance, because vengeance could lead you down a very nasty road. Like growing up in my day, the big thing was not to be played. That was the one thing that will definitely get you a serious beatdown, or in some cases, depending on who it was, might get you off, right? But principally for me, that would be something that I would definitely throw down about. Somebody try to play me for a sucker, right? That was like a rule in the streets. Don't play me. And back then we used to live up to it. So I say this because the way in which we deal with life, and we're living in a world now where there's a lot of challenges, where a misstep can cause you your life, or someone that you love, their life. So it's important that you have, and I may use the word boundaries loosely, and some of you may have different perspective on that. But having a code that you live by is form of a boundary. These are the things that either I won't do or I won't allow others to do to me. Those are boundaries. Some boundaries are hard, some boundaries are flexible. And the ones that are hard, that's usually where you got to cut somebody off, because there's no coming back from that, right? So you have certain hard lines. But living a life like that it's not easy. It's very difficult for men who have standards in their life to live a life with standards. It's easier to be criminal minded, to be vindictive, to be callous, to not give a shit about nobody else. It's just the opposite to have a life of principle, codes, and standards by which you live by. It's very difficult. And why I wanted to get into this conversation first is because many times we hear in this space, about women having standards. But we don't all the time speak about men having standards and what those standards can look like. And usually the only reflection we have when we deal with standards for men is their interaction with women. If you are living a life of standards, the majority of your standards should have nothing to do with women. They should be about you. It should be about building you up for the type of man that you are, or you project yourself to become, because it takes work. It takes work. And I don't want to get too deep into this. There was more that I wanted to talk about, but I'll kind of sidestep that so we can get into the broader conversation as it pertains to what is an alpha female and what does that look like. Earlier this week, I was watching cruise season. I think it might have been his Wednesday show. Shout out to Trill and his crew. And, they cover like multiple topics and different discussions, and they give their feedback or opinions. And there was this one clip that he played, and the interviewer was speaking to a woman, and he asked her, what is an alpha female? To define it. And she provided a very sizable list of things. She said, an alpha female is extremely independent. That's the first thing she said, literally. Extremely independent. Successful. Career-driven and goal-oriented. Very matter-of-fact in the way in which she communicates or speaks. Does not, and hear me out, does not look for help. Likes validation from her education, her status, and what she has attained. Now, as I listened to what she said, that breakdown, later after the show, a couple of days after, I went back and I looked at that clip. And if you close your eyes and not look at who is speaking, and you listen to that definition that she dropped, that sounds like a man, the description of a man, of a successful man. So in essence, what she described as an alpha female was an alpha male in a female's body. I mean, if the female is the opposite of a male or a man, shouldn't her qualities be different than the man? Shouldn't what make her alpha be something different than what makes a man alpha? Excuse me. And I thought about a CEO or president of a company. If you were building a team that you're starting your business, you're putting a team together, what type of people are you going to look to hire? Would you get people with the same skills that you have? Or would you get people that are strong in skills that where you are weak? So this was, as I thought about this, I said, this don't make sense, what she's saying. You want people with complementary skills to you. If everybody on your team is just like you have a lopsided team. You have all similar qualities, and you have a bunch of weaknesses. Like if you're not good in accounting and you hire other people who are not good in accounting, you're going to lose money because nobody can keep the books. If you're not strong in marketing, who's going to promote your product? How are you going to sell it? You're going to lose money. And if you're not good at keeping inventory, you're never going to have the products that your customers need because you're going to be out and you're not going to know how to order and when to order to make sure you're always stocked or in stock. So good leadership And being an alpha is really someone who, I would say, first understand what their strengths are, what you are strong in, and more importantly, what you're weak in. You want to hire people that have strengths where you have weaknesses. Build a strong team. In reality, most people in the world don't have all the skills that everyone should have. You have things that you're good at and things that you're not good at. Likewise, in a relationship, you would want a woman who compliments you, not a woman who is just like you. If you are an aggressive man and you choose a woman that's an aggressive woman, what do you think is going to be the result of that relationship? You guys going to be getting along? Or are you guys going to be fighting and arguing and disagreeing all the time? The kind of woman you would want is a woman who is more peaceful, more reserved, less argumentative or combative, sometimes just able to let you vent, because sometimes men do that. We just want to vent. And then, sometimes your mate could come back and say, well, honey, I was thinking about what you said the other day, and this is what I thought. And then you'd be like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Thanks, babe. But if she's a hothead, when you're saying whatever you're saying, she's going to be giving it right back to you. And as much as the sex may be good and the loving may be good, or there may be strong love in the relationship, how long you think banging heads together is going to last? You're going to go to bed at night, sleepless nights, asking yourself, why the hell am I here? So as I was thinking about this whole discussion about what is an alpha female and whether or not there is such a thing as an alpha female, and I'm not saying that there is, but if there was one, what would that look like? I would say, obviously, off rip, she would definitely, fit feminine and friendly. That would go without saying, right? But what are the other female characteristics that an alpha woman would be able to project? I would say in general, she probably would not be single, at least not for long. She would be a married woman. Because women who exemplifies strong female traits tend to bring out the more masculine traits in men. And men are more comfortable when their masculinity is like somewhat revving, strong. And women like that, they tend to vibe with very easily. It's what we desire. I would think she would also be gentle. Someone who can handle others with care, not abrasive, not being rude with her mouth. Someone who is kind, looks for the good in others. Someone who have a caring nature. The type of woman where just her voice, just the way she would say something could soothe you, could calm you. Back in the day, we used to hear about Beauty and the Beast, the beauty that calms the savage beast. That's femininity versus masculinity. Beast mode for a man is the most alpha, most masculine, most aggressive, sometimes maybe even out of control type of masculinity. But an alpha female should be able to soothe a man like that. The most masculine, aggressive man, an alpha female with her femininity can calm even the most savagest of men. That's an alpha female. She should be sweet. In short, a pleasant person to be around. How many of you know women that, you know, some guys are married or in relationships where they don't even want to go home after work. They're looking for places to go, things to do, hanging out with other people, or just want to put in extra time at work just because going home is not a sweet place to be. The person there is more like a lemon as opposed to being more like honey. A woman who has a maternal and nurturing instinct about her. A mother, a caregiver, someone who see and care for the most fragile of things, a baby. A tolerant woman, a woman whose spirit is not easily angered. And obviously, the killer that most women can't stand, submissive. A submissive woman. A submissive woman don't find reason to object. She looks for reason as to how can she solve. She doesn't look for reasons to push back. She looks for reasons on how to accomplish. That's where that helpmate thing comes in. Respectful. And this is a big one. A woman who knows what to say, and more importantly, what not to say at the right time. Because I think one of the biggest things that Black women have, and I'm going to say this, and I normally don't say this, I don't usually bring all into my conversation, but I would venture to say all Black women are loudmouth. They don't know when the hell to shut up. I think in my life I may have met one Black woman that was of a quiet spirit. And I've been many places. And I've met Black women from many countries. And they all tend to be loudmouth sometimes. So that definitely, I think, is something that sisters should work on. Someone who is supportive. A supportive woman builds a man's spirit. An unsupportive woman tears him down. She always tells him what he can't do. Oh, he's never good enough. As opposed to the woman that can rub you on your shoulder, rub down the back of your neck, and say, baby, I know you can do that. You've always accomplished everything you set your mind to do. Don't worry. I got you. I support you. A sensitive woman. A woman who can read a situation and know the right things to do or not do. They say women are emotional, emphatic, or empathetic. Those are that's a quality of being able to read the vibe in a space and know without knowing or without anyone saying a word can catch the sense of the room, sensitive, to feel the essence of the situation, what's happening now. Devoted, a devoted woman, a woman with an unyielding ability to love. And the last one I would say for me is a peaceful woman. A woman who is not argumentative, a woman that makes a man, like when he gets home, the load off his back just drops to the floor. His stress, when he comes home, even though a day's work may feel like he was carrying the world on his back, when he walks in that house, his woman knows how to make him feel like, baby, you don't have a worry in the world. So in my perspective, when I think of what an alpha female would look like, what qualities she would have, I see something completely different than what the woman on that show described as an alpha female. The traits she listed were masculine male traits, things that make the world recognize men as being successful, masculine, or alpha. When a woman exemplifies female traits at the highest level, what we would say maybe is an alpha level, meaning the highest, she should have those qualities more than the average woman. She shouldn't have male qualities. She should have female qualities exemplified. She should be the image of what other women would aspire to be. You know, I remember a story, and I should have looked it up, but I don't really want to get into Bible teaching in Sage Talk. It's not something that I look to do. But I remember a story about Abraham, and when he first left his homeland, and he was traveling with his wife, and he went into this city in Africa. They didn't give the name of the city, just gave the name of the king. And when the king saw his wife, he said she was so fair and beautiful that he plotted to kill Abraham and take his wife. The scripture says that the Hebrew women were delicate. They were like fine glass, fragile, extremely sensitive. The kind of woman that will bring out the most alpha masculine nature in a man to protect. When a man sees another man that's alpha, what happens? Confrontation, usually. J. Favors, fair equal white. That's not a biblical definition. You should go look at the etymology dictionary of the Bible if you want to really make that reference. That's not what it means. White wasn't even a term back then, but that's how it's been explained through the theology of Christianity. That's a Christian ideology meaning. Tay-Biz TV, thank you. That's the correct definition. But where was I? as I was saying, the Hebrew women were regarded as fair and delicate, meaning beautiful, but like something that you would have to handle with care, not violent. And I had asked the question, what happens when two alpha males meet? Usually confrontation. So what do you think what happens when a female have many male masculine alpha traits and she operates that way and she gets with another alpha male person? They will buck heads. She has nothing to absorb him. Everything that she does, she push backs. She pushed back at him. A woman's nature is supposed to be completely opposite to a man's nature. If we're hard, they should be soft. If we're aggressive, they should be submissive. It's what complements us to be able to work better together. And I think, women say so often that, or at least I hear in this space, that some women will say that they're better than men. But when they describe themselves as being better than men, they usually they describe the male traits and attach it to themselves. So the things that they see as being better are male things. And I think we live in a time in history now where the female qualities are not regarded, are not respected, are not promoted, and that women desire to be men. Even in movies, when you see what would be considered an alpha female, she's fighting 3 and 4 men, flipping guys and throwing guys around like they were paper. That's a false sense of feminine behavior. Doesn't really exemplify the feminine traits of women. I have a short clip, 2-minute clip. Bear with me because I want to show this because I think this kind of exemplifies female qualities. Now, this obviously is a seductive scene, but it kind of portrays something that I'm trying to touch on. So just bear with me a second. Now, I muted the sound so you guys can't hear what's going on. And this is from Who Killed Roger Rabbit or something like that. I didn't want us to get a copyright strike or anything, so. Okay. So, what I wanted to really project in this with this video just now is the fact that the power of a woman is in her femininity. As a black woman, I think you guys should know that. And I think trying to become masculine men or adding to yourself male traits defeats your purpose, especially if there are things that you want out of life in relation with a man. If you do, you need to tap into your powers as a female. Now, obviously, I used the cartoon because I didn't really want to get into a different type of movie that was more seductive. But I used something that I thought would bring the message across. In the New Testament, there's a story about Salome, the daughter of a particular woman who was having a relationship with the king's brother. And John the Baptist spoke against it. And the mother told her daughter, because her daughter was very attractive as well and seductive, he told her to go dance the dance of the seven veils for the king. And when he asks you what you want, tell him you want the head of John the Baptist. So the king was having a feast. And Salome came and danced before the king. And he made a pledge before all the princes of the kingdom. And he said, whatever you ask for, I will give you if it's in my power. And she did what her mother said. And regrettably, even though he didn't want to do it, because he made that pledge, he had to honor it. He chopped off John the Baptist's head. So I think if black women, you guys have a thing with femininity and submission and all these other qualities that are nature to women. I think if you tap into your nature and exemplify what makes you you, you can get what you want out of life far easier than if you took on the nature and the traits that makes a man, because that's not going to lead to the outcomes usually that you want, unless you do become, that boss bee and you got all the money. Then the man that you will get will have to be a submissive man, because another alpha man would not be able to roll with you that way. So I have two questions at the end of this discussion. And for the females that would like to come up and participate in this conversation, there's a question I'd like for you guys to answer. For the ladies, what is your best alpha female trait? Again, what is your best female alpha female trait? And for the man, what is your best masculine alpha trait as a man? Well said, cash flow hustles. Hello, Oprah and Stedman. That's a prime example. Oprah is definitely a masculine woman, and she got a more submissive, feminine man. I mean, even among men, right? When we're hanging out, and if one of our boys or somebody that's in the circle portray more female-like tendencies, we don't look at him as a strong man. We look at him as more of a weak kind of a dude. Likewise, when men see women with these masculine traits, it takes away everything that's nature to us that we would generally want to do for women because it doesn't bring it out. It either suppresses it, or if you're in a relationship or something, it becomes more combative. And that's why Obsidian like to say black people like to hate fuck, right? Shout out to Obsidian. Yeah, but he makes a good assessment of that. That's how a lot of us behave in our community. Very masculine, very aggressive. It's like men with men, except one of the men have a female body. And I think as women, I think you guys really have to look in the mirror and evaluate who you are. What are your best qualities? Okay, Eugene, welcome to the stream. Welcome to Sage Talk. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing fine, sir. And you?
Okay, doing well.
All right.
Talk to me.
Okay. The first thing I want to do, I want to answer your question. What is my best masculine quality? Well, as you know, one of the qualities of a masculine man is being a leader. And I think, you know, that's one thing I have, leadership skills. When you think of,
Well, leadership, no, give it to me in a single capacity, because leadership, when you look at leadership, there are many attributes that would make up a good leader, right? So give me a strong masculine alpha trait that you believe you possess.
I believe I'm very logical. I'm very logical.
Okay, so you're very logical in the way you come to how you make decisions.
Yes.
So with that, if I was to dig into that, would you say that you're more decisive in terms of when you make a decision?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Before you decide, anything, you really have to look into it. You have to make sense of, what you're deciding. You cannot be too quick. And I think this is I think one of my greatest qualities that I have. To look into it before you make a final decision.
Okay. Let me bring up Dusto. Scam likely. Long time no see, brother. How are you?
What's going on?
Talk to me. What's up?
Good afternoon.
Good
What's going
afternoon
on,
to you.
Eugene? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing fine, sir.
Cool. My favorite trait of my own self is discipline. Discipline keeps me focused. Discipline keeps me focused in the gym. Keeps me looking quite healthy for those pretty ladies.
That's self-discipline and not a disciplinarian.
No, but I wouldn't have a problem being a disciplinarian if I decide to have monsters. Yeah,
Okay.
prior service also, I taught fourth grade for a year. I understand discipline is important, but it takes discipline to be a disciplinarian. You can't react out of anger. You got to keep it cool and make the best decision during the best situation. But discipline, no drugs, no alcohol, no fighting in the streets, never been arrested, none of that funny stuff. Making right decisions.
Okay.
Making it to where you can put you and your family in the best situation. Because there's a lot of people snapping, not focused, willing to throw their life away over just one little argument, and they're ready to blow it all. Versus just sitting. What is that noise? Oh. But yeah, discipline.
Yeah.
Did y'all hear that music pop up? Keeps happening like every 2 minutes.
It just popped up once.
Okay, those things was my computer. I don't know.
Okay. All right, so discipline. Anyone else? I see, different people are dropping things in the chat. I'm really looking to see if I see something very specific. Ladies, if you are not likely to come up, drop in the chat what's your alpha female trait. Let's have that as a conversation on some of the females that we see in this in the show for today. Luke Casey. Strength. Okay. I
I
must
doubt
have
she's
missed
an alpha.
it. That might have been something she was speaking about in
Yeah,
reference to something.
I doubt she's an alpha female. Strongly doubt it.
Yeah. Well, BZ says integrity. Can you express more about what you mean about integrity, BZ? Let's try to narrow down how you see yourself, because I think it's important that we can have a very clear understanding of the characters that we say we are or think we are, that we're able to interpret that. Guys, can you guys mute up when you're not speaking because something is coming through? I heard it again.
Yeah, I heard it too.
It ain't me, but I heard it as well.
So we have discipline. And Eugene, you said yours was what? Logical thinking,
Yeah,
decisive?
decisiveness.
Nobody else in the chat wanted to add to this conversation? I see a lot of different things. I see well, I will say this, that when it comes to alpha traits in females, in general, those traits should be traits that men lack, not mirroring traits that men have. And it seems to be that more and more, some women tend to value the qualities of men as opposed to the qualities of a woman. And they find it pursuing those qualities would somehow make them a better woman. Now, Lauren said, is that Lauren? Yeah, Lauren said peace. That's an exceptional quality to have as a woman. That alone will not keep you single. You won't be single long with a quality like that. What are you typing in the chat there, Desta? Your second trait is what? So Eugene, what else do you have to add to this conversation today? Let's get the conversation hyped up, y'all.
Well, when I think of alpha, you're thinking, the first, and when you're an alpha male, you try to be an example for alpha male. But here's one thing I've been wondering about the alpha female. I was thinking, should the alpha female be the example for other females? Meaning, should she be the real personification of femininity?
You're asking the question, should she?
Yeah.
Well, let me flip it on you. If a female exemplify heightened female traits of femininity, how would that affect you as a man?
Well, for one thing, if she heightens femininity, for one thing, I would feel needed. For one thing, um, I would feel actually nurtured, because
You would
that's
feel what?
nurtured.
You would feel nurture?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Real feminine woman would nurture a man, and that's a real wonderful environment for a man to be in. It makes him look forward, to seeing her after a long day of work. Um, that's basically, how I feel. Whereas by what I'm hearing about the alpha female having masculine traits, I don't think it would have worked, too well because, she would think, sometimes she knows more than me,
Well,
especially, if I have that same knowledge for what I have experienced, wouldn't
well,
work.
it's funny because if you look at how alpha females are personified, the very thing that men have that makes men alpha for the past 30 or so years, they have been suppressing those qualities in men to make men more softer, more emotional, more indecisive. And women are taking on the more masculine, aggressive, decisive type of persona, violent, even. So I think when we look at the alpha traits, at least not in modern times, there is no real promotion or exemplification of female alpha traits. There's only one alpha trait. There's a masculine alpha trait. And what females are saying is that we can have the alpha masculine trait too. Thereby, that makes us alpha. And I would push back on this. I would say that's a false understanding of what alpha is really all about, whether from the masculine side or from the female side. Dusto, anything you want to add to this conversation?
I don't know. In real life, I've never really had those conversations like with women about the alpha and the. Because usually, if I start hearing all that, it's such a turn off. I don't deal with it.
But have you met women like that?
Yeah, but it's 1-2 conversations, and I don't really talk just now. But YouTube, I hear this. How can I say it? In real life, there's people that talk to 1 or 2 times, and then I'm not gonna talk to them because they're going way far left somewhere. On YouTube, I actually hear and engage and hear what a lot of these people got to say, and I actually hear them, and I just don't get why they won't wave why they won't wave the flag. Like, it's not working. It's not gonna work. Woman's never gonna be stronger than a man. Hardcore masculine women, I don't see a whole pack of them over there winning somewhere, walking around on Wall Street with a whole bunch of 6'4" abbed out men with business suits on. I don't see it. When will they come to that and just wave the flag and say, you know what, let's stop doing this and actually becoming women? But overall, they said no. We're going to do what we want to do, and they still expect some miracle result to come. I don't get it.
Well, I mean, obviously, sometimes they have a projection in their mind, and their goal is to see that become reality because, like, just the other day, I think in the Congress of Argentina, they just passed the first form of an abortion rights bill, which is supposed to go next to their Senate. And the females were in the streets praising that bill, similar to the way some women have done in the United States as well. So, it seems like all the things that make women, female, their nature and characteristics, which I think the preeminent thing about a woman that makes a woman is her ability to bring forth children. That's where that nurturing nature would come from. Yet it seems like women celebrate the ability to not do that. So their most inert nature, if possible, they would like to remove that. They would like to get rid of it.
Sage,
Yeah.
a lot of these so-called alpha women, they're not nurturing. They're not.
Well, obviously, yes, of course.
I'm just saying.
Alpha women are masculine women. That's why on the thumbnail I had the boss BEEATCH and I had the alpha female, but I had that with a question mark. Because in modern time, it doesn't exist. What exists is a woman with masculine traits. A woman with masculine traits, which in essence really shows that what women ideally think are good qualities or great qualities are in men, but yet they fight so hard against men. The very thing that they love about masculinity and alpha men possess. And it seems that they want that more. So do they subject, what's the term I'm looking for? Subliminally know that they're inferior to men? Because if the qualities that they seek more are in men and not in themselves, and it's what they want or promote, then obviously those qualities are of men, of masculinity, not of femininity.
They won't wave the white flag.
Okay, Marcus White said, Lee, you just dropped a bomb. What bomb was that? I'm not sure. Okay. Well, I mean, yes, women, I think women in general believe that because they have gained a lot of rights in society, that equates to them being equal to men or greater than men or something to that idea.
I want to say this, and I've said this on a lot of channels about women's rights. Now, yeah, I am all for women's rights, but I think where it all goes haywire is that women keep confusing women's rights with women's empowerment. And God, when He created man and woman, He created men and women with certain traits and roles. And I think the abilities that women have gained from women's rights cause them to have an ego. I think this is where
Cause them to have what?
ego,
Okay.
that ego. That's where that independent woman, I don't need a man mindset come from.
For sure, absolutely. Marcus, okay. To celebrate the ability to take life and not to give it. Yes, absolutely. Oh, that's the comment you was referencing. That is definitely a major, how can I say? What is it in a woman's mind that would make them believe that taking a life is empowering? We don't live in a time and age where when a woman was to give birth that she could risk her life at giving birth. The percentages to where that occur is below 1%. It's in the decimal of percentages of women who, through childbirth, their lives are at risk. And most times, those things can be detected long before the child is ready to be born. So I know in past times in history, that may have been something that would have been a high risk for a woman because she doesn't want to give her own life up to bring a new life into the earth. So that was a thing. But today, that risk has been removed off the table. And men have removed that risk off the table. Yeah, that was the bomb, Luke Hazley 20. I just read it a minute ago. But for sure, I think we're living in a time now where the risk to childbearing has been almost removed to practically zero or infinitesimal. So what would make a woman want to have the right to take a life? Where if any man was to get a right to take a life, and particularly to kill a baby, how would the world look at a man like that? How would the world, if a man today was to be going around snatching kids out of parks, 2, 3, 4, 5-year-old kids, and were to bash their heads in and they would find the bodies streamed along the bank of some lake or river or at a dump site of some sort, baby after baby after baby, and then this man was to be caught, what would be the punishment for such a man?
I mean, something like that is beyond gruesome. A man like that either would give life in jail without parole or the death penalty. That's why I truly believe he should not be out at all doing that.
Well, I think he would be lucky if he even lived a complete sentence, whatever that would be, in prison. More than likely, somebody would string him up. What's that? Koresh Harvest?
Chorus
Says, what
Harvest.
about the doctor? Say again?
Not saying her
Did I
name.
pronounce
but
it?
Chorus Harvest, I think.
Chorus Harvest? Okay, thanks. Yeah, what about the doctors? Well, obviously the doctors are complicit in doing this. I mean, obviously there should be legal ways that if a woman's life was at risk of childbirth, that a doctor could step in to prevent that. That's their job. Do no harm. That's part of their pledge. But the key lies not just with the doctors. The key lies from the premise that the women have the right to take a life.
I think that's a problem after the fact. Like, I don't speak too much about child deletion. The bigger problem is, why are you raw dogging? One, for the dudes, stop sticking your meat in there unprotected. Two, women, stop letting them stick their meat in there. Three, after the meat went in there, are there other ways and preventative measures, and are you taking those? But it's enabling the same bad behavior to keep going on, but it shouldn't be starting to begin with. And empowering it is just another form of enabling more bad behavior. But I don't have high expectations for people's behavior or the future anyway. They're out of control. So, I mean, they are. Everything we say, hey, people should do this so we can do this. Everything that's suggested, the answer is no. Health and fitness, they said no. Gym, we ain't doing that. Cooperation and whatever, no. Even some of the women-raised men, hey, can y'all actually start being productive, stop being raw dog runnies, and they said no. Everything becoming trustworthy, decent citizens in America, the people said no, and they're willing to stand and die for it. So this is what we had to deal with.
Okay, Nate P says no woman want to get on the panel for this one, huh? Well, absolutely. I mean, the conversation today, I guess, kind of spilled over from alpha females, alpha traits, to, I guess, part of how alpha women will move. Because someone else said in the chat earlier that most very successful women don't want children or have none. I mean, you look at Oprah, she has no children. And she's beyond the age of being able to get one at this point. So I think, this is a question that only a woman can resolve, or women in general can resolve, because that's a desire in them. What is it about the desire to succeed, to have money and to have material things, that it would persuade you that taking a life is less valuable than the things that you're chasing? So that's something that women can deal with. What were you going to say, Dusty?
Most of these alpha women, they don't have any money.
Well,
they're not making all this type of money. Like what, 2-3% make six figures? They ain't making all this money.
Well, that's still a lot, right? Out of 40 million, out of 20 million, or 22 million, that's still a lot of women.
Well, some of them are claiming alpha. Some of them making 50,000 with 300,000 of debt and a car they can't afford, claiming to be alpha. Super career, master's degree, making 50,000, call himself an alpha woman. That ain't no money.
Well, definitely we're not talking about someone who just have a vain imagination, because there's enough women that we see promoted about who do make a very good living, who have money, and they promote that boss chick lifestyle that younger women want to emulate and see as a viable option to pursue. Like you said, many won't achieve it because it's a very small percentage of women that succeed like that. And there's a small percentage of men who also succeed at high levels, if that 1%, 2%, or even 10% or less, very similarly. That's why the whole discussion after Kevin Samuels brought it up about high value men became such a big thing, because that $100,000 a year, $120,000 a year benchmark that a man must achieve before he even qualify with the other attributes was such a big deal, both for men and particularly for a lot of women that wanted to get a man that is worth, that can offer them a lifestyle for them and their children.
And Eugene, you scared all the alpha women away. I don't know what you did.
Yeah, I was going to ask Eugene, what's his...
He scared them away.
What's his comment?
Well, I don't know what might have actually scared them away, but, from my understanding, from the way God has, designed all of us, they were not meant to be alphas. They were not meant to, lead a man or to persuade the man. But let the man make the final decision. Now, women's input to a man is needed. before you make the decision. That's why I say, personally, I am very decisive, and I have to, get some input or look over things before I'm decisive. The man, needs the woman's input to be decisive, but he's going to have the final words. I don't know what I did to scare these women away. I don't know.
It had to be
Well,
you. And
the thing
scared them
is
away.
that, yeah, the
Go
thing
ahead.
is that a lot of men aren't very decisive. Many men today, go back and forth, vacillate in the ability to make sound judgment. I listen to it daily when I watch some of these panels. I see guys say one thing at the beginning and an hour or two later flip and say completely something opposite, which means, they're not sure of their thoughts, or they just say what sounds good for the moment.
Culture is damaged. So other cultures, the ones that are working, they have the leaders at the top that are making money, own businesses, do whatever. The people in the bottom, in the middle, because let's be real, it's capitalism. There's levels. People
But
at the bottom listen to those men.
Alpha qualities transcend any economic system, because capitalism as an economic system is only a couple of centuries old. Alpha qualities, as they apply to men, have been around for ages.
No,
So
but what
you
I'm
can't
saying,
just link them to economics.
no, I'm just saying in the culture, as far as who and what to listen to, the cultures who are winning, a lot of immigrants that come over and they dominate. The people at the bottom are listening to those at the top, and they're following, and there's a form of structure. The women look like what the men ask the woman to look like. There's an actual hierarchy, and they actually follow it for the most part. In America, there's stuff sidetrack, and there's the left, there's the TV, the social. Don't follow the at the top. Do what you want to do. There's so much of that distracting it. So where there's broke men telling men with money what to do with their money, the men are like, y'all got this. So they're leaving the community. There's women trying to tell men what to do. Real alpha men. They're like, you know what? Y'all go over there somewhere. Y'all go ahead. So there's a separation. There's a division, and it's a whole bunch of chaos. That's all I'm saying.
Well, the thing is, I think at the top, if you're going to reference the top, it's the top of our political system that are giving women the permission to be reckless.
Right, and they're following that system versus.
So if the authority that is graded in, if it was a bunch of black men sitting in the seats of Congress and the Senate and as president, we could be held responsible for the way in which women in the society behave. But when you have the government enacting laws and punishment for those who would stand up against those laws, it enables the women to be as reckless as they choose.
True. And they fall
because
for
in
it.
the community, you can't set any consequence. Bad behavior is rewarded. Bad behavior is not thwarted. And I think what you were saying, Justo, is that in other countries where some type of patriarchy does rule over the society and in the culture, bad behavior of women is not tolerated and it's not rewarded.
Yeah, or in those cultures, they look at their men who are actually successful and they listen to what they do. In America, especially black, they look at these men and do the opposite of what they're asking them to do. They'd rather listen to the government, listen to the TV, listen to something else, or even an alpha woman flapping a wig, listen to do what she does, versus the actual strong man that women actually do need, that their sons or daughters actually need to be listened to. They would rather listen to the flapping wig. I don't know why. But we keep repeating the cycle, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. Because remember, these people have kids. So 10 years from now, those will be the kid. They'll be 25. They'll be 21. And you're talking about 2-3 kids. That's going to be the future leaders. I'm going to be 100 meters out, 100 miles away somewhere. Me personally, I'm going to be out. I'm going to be away from this.
ML Music says government has final say in our homes, not men. And that's so true. That's why when you have a man that is considered a good leader and a strong uh, man in the home, usually he will be bucking with his woman. And at some point, he would be made to leave, or he will come to the conclusion, I'm leaving. That's why we have so many homes where the woman is the only one there with the kids. I mean, not all of the women are choosing Pookies and Ray Rays to father children with, but they may lack a lot of the feminine qualities that we talked about today that don't allow them to be able to garner and build a strong bond with a man, because they're too much in their masculine repelling the man. You know, two men don't get together and form a home. You know, that happens in the alphabet community, but those are special situations. You have to be of that mind that, you know, whatever that mind is, to want to be with another man. But most men are not wired that way.
It's that, it's that strong and independent mindset. That's, that's the mindset that is in these single mother households. The strong independent mindset basically, just drove the man away. And, sometimes as a result, it's chaos, in that household. To me, I forgot what I was about to say, but
Well, let me
oh
jump.
yeah, I
Let
know
me.
what I was about to say.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I know. Delusion. There are some women who have that mindset where they think they have everything under control in the household, but in all reality, they really don't.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Ghetto point of view says is a missing patriarchy the true issue? Is there ever a matriarchal example that could or would work or have worked? Well, I'm sure throughout history there have been kingdoms where a female sat at the head of the authority. But in most of those kingdoms, the culture was still a patriarchal structure. It was just who was the head of state. And it could have been for a myriad of reasons. The husband could have died at war. I mean, the king could have died at war, leaving her as the queen, and she may have reigned for a period and may have never taken another husband to become king. In some instances, we've had that. The thing is that overall, in the nature of life, it is the male who structure the home. Even in many animals where both male and female dwell together, the male have its role and the female has its role. And because they go by instinct and their knowledge of survival is passed through their genes with every generation, they become better at succeeding in life. They're not bothered by like what we go through, how we have to examine and question things that we know have worked in the past and brought us to this stage in life, and believe somehow that these things are no longer valuable because now we're modern. So we can throw all that out. Animals don't do that. Animals just become more sophisticated at survival, but they do the things that they know will make them survive. So our own mind seemed to work against us for the very purpose in which we were created. So with regard to whether or not a matriarchy can rule and survive, if you understand the basis of a matriarchy is that the children, see, the base structure between patriarchy and matriarchy deals with the children. That's the first step of where it all is formed. In a matriarchy, the children belong to the female. They're not of the man, which means a woman can have many different husbands and pass down their children that way. Like, for example, in the Bible says that it is a patriarchal system. The children are regarded by their father's seed line. But when you look at society today, like the Jews in Jerusalem, in the Middle East, their system is a matriarchal system. It's not a patriarchal system. You have to have a female or mother that's a Jew to be referred to as a Jew, not a father. So if you want to reference, I guess, a matriarchal society, even though nothing but men run their society, the children belongs to the female. You refer to yourself by the female for you to be considered a Jew. That's their system. Hey, Trigger Mike, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good.
All right.
Talk to me. First, I would say the question that I posed at the end, what's your best alpha trait as a man that you would consider?
I'm extremely accountable. That's pretty much what I can say. I'm kind of always been that way. Eldest of 4 children, raised by my father to just take accountability for everything. Everything's ultimately my fault. First one to step up and start doing the work, last one to leave. That's also transcended into my professional career. The company I'm currently with, I ascended the ladder quite quickly because of those characteristics.
Okay, excellent. Well said. I have similar experience as well. Let me bring up this comment. Okay. Ghetto Point of View says, you're going off, sir. I guess my comment about how the Jews and the present day Jews refer to themselves. Well, you should read their writings. I'm not making an opinion on that. That's how they regard themselves. That's their writings. So.
Yeah, I was gonna comment on the question about does the matriarchy actually work? Or I forget how it was termed.
Okay.
The lie is yes, of course. Call on your next Tyler Perry movie. Got the TV on. Got social media on. The dudes ain't nothing. Single moms run the world, and all these superhero men out there were raised by single moms. All 3 of them. And they're not going to show you the 84 that are buried in the cemetery or in the prisons or out here running around here crazy. So if you buy into the lie, yeah, they got it all together. Alpha women rule the world. That's the lie they keep selling. But the truth is, if they would follow the patriarchy, everything would make a total 180.
Yeah,
that's all I got.
I agree.
You always have to promote the opposite first, right?
Yeah, it's a lie they're selling, and they keep buying it.
I mean, I don't.
That's, I think, was it Donald Trump that said that recently? And I mean, like when he came to the presidency, that if you tell a lie long enough, people will believe it. And he was doing that with regard to the media. But obviously, a lot of times when we do hear women talk about their newfound realization with regard to femininity and so forth, they will always put the blame on society. Society and the media. And I think that touched back on what Trigger Mike just said. For him, accountability is big in his world, and that's his alpha quality, because he takes responsible for things that what he does and what those who are under him do as well. And I think that's something that a lot of our women, they tend not to want to be accountable for their own decisions that they made as a woman. Thanks for the correction, Ghetto point of view. No, I mean, you're doing excellent. Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah. So on what you just said, as far as like that alpha female thing, I can understand in this social construct why women would think that they're equal, but I've been asked to explain to many people exactly the difference between males and females, especially like, let's say in the professional environment. Women feel like because they can get jobs and, you know, they can support themselves, that they're no different. But that accountability statement I just made is usually where you'll start to see us different at the extremes. In the norm, you probably can't tell the difference between us because we're just, you know, it's a socially constructed job, right? So we have duties to fulfill. A woman can manage 10 men, right? But induce stress into the situation, induce a large amount of stress in which a woman now has to be accountable, not just for the glory to be had, but the blame that comes from things unraveling. And that is what I've noticed throughout my career. It's just like, oh, this is where it all falls apart. You know, I always say women job hop a lot. I told you I ascended the ladder very quickly. That's because all of my counterparts were women and they left. I stayed. I stayed. So they just left and I just kept climbing. They just kept quitting as the project started to go through stress as it naturally does. Everything you start in a professional environment it ebbs and flows. It goes through its periods, all of that. And I just stayed and I worked. I accepted accountability. Yep, this went wrong. I'm going to fix it. All of them left. So I've always said, if you introduce a fair and unpredictable amount of stress in any situation, you'll figure out why women don't really have that alpha characteristic.
Well, that's a good point you made because, you know, in hindsight, I see those examples in my life as well. But you don't have to introduce stress. Stress presents itself just by, in a matter of fact kind of way, whatever project you're working on. The bigger the project, the more complex the project is, there are more variables involved. And when you're dealing in business, every error or every delay is costly. And
I'll be right back.
Cost risk usually brings stress into the equation. And many people can't cope with that. They usually have to, like you said, resign. I remember when I worked in engineering, at one point I did have a female supervisor, but she lasted less than 2 years because the stress was just too much. I mean, especially when you're working on a system for a nuclear facility and they're getting ready to do a startup, you know, they'll do 1 to 3% startup just as a stress test to see if all the systems will hold. But by the time they gear up to go to 5 to 10% stress levels, that becomes a serious situation for all engineers and everyone. Because when fractures starts to show up in the system, people start getting a lot of pushback. Departments start getting hit. And usually if there's a female at the head of that team somewhere, there's going to be a lot of pressure that she's going to be faced with. And it is true that women find it difficult when there's unprecedented amount of pressure being put on them. And it's because mentally they're not built for it. You know, I hear women say in this space a lot that, oh, men are only stronger than us physically. No, we're stronger than you in every way. We're stronger than you mentally because we can handle more things mentally without cracking.
As well as
we're stronger than you emotionally too. You know, women think they're the only ones that have a mastery of their emotions. The thing is that most men manage so much emotional stuff internally. What most men don't learn how to do is how to vent that. Because what usually happens is men will hold their emotions into the point to where they bust. And that's when you see they explode. But men tend to to carry a lot of emotional issues over a long period of time.
Yeah.
And they don't get to vent it. Whereas women, because their way of being expresses their emotions more normally, they don't tend to carry the pressures of the emotions a lot. Whereas men carry it their entire life, which I would think add to why some men die early, because that's a lot of pressure that you carry. It's not just the work, because our bodies are built for work. Our mind is built for work. But sometimes we carry 30, 40 years of emotional stress that we never release.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, therapy, I think, has its place.
Yeah.
But today, therapy, from the whole ideology of therapeutic care today, is so female centric that it doesn't address the needs of men. So even a male therapist is difficult for them to really be beneficial, because they're looking through the prism of how women heal, not how men heal. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, I mean, to that point, just you made an earlier point about, I think it was Dusto talking about how women are playing kind of a pseudo power role, and I think that has a lot to do with it. I don't believe, like, because we use the term as women trying to be masculine, but I think that's the way it presents itself, but I think it's fake. I think what they're actually doing is downplaying their feminine trait. Like,
Well,
it's
they
like
have to.
Yeah, they're playing a role. So, they've already lost. That's the bad part about it. A woman that wants to be viewed as powerful, that's coming into a male space, needs to understand that we're never going to let you in the boys' club. You're not even supposed to be here. You don't see men going over into women's spaces unless there's something other than hetero, right? Going into a woman's space, asking to be a part of the club. We don't belong there. We accept that. So it's kind of weird that women will come over into men's space, try to downplay their feminine nature, because that's why I like using that word. They're not actually masculine. They're taking down and trying to play down their feminine nature to play up, masculine characteristics. And I think that's a large part.
That's so true. But one have to sacrifice at the price of the other, right?
Yep.
Which is also what they do with those who are mothers, what they do with their sons, and what society have been teaching in general for boys, that boys should suppress their masculine traits, thereby adopting female traits. That's why you see there's so many men who don't have good conflict resolution skills, don't know how to react or act in a time of stress in a moment. They usually just goes off handle, which is not the natural way how men deal with issues. Most men deal with issues by contemplation, to come up with a plan on what to do next. Because we don't live in a world where everything is handled by a sword. I mean, now we do that. We handle every problem by the bullet, right? The modern day sword is a bullet, is a gun. But when we handle problems in that way, what happens? Life becomes fleeting. The preciousness of life becomes not worthy of anything. It's at the emotions of men. And men who walks around in a very emotional state is more dangerous than a woman who walk around in a masculine state.
Absolutely. That is very true.
So what's your point of view with regard to an alpha female, Trigger Mike? Does that exist?
It does not. It does not.
Okay.
The term itself can't naturally exist. And I think it's men's fault that women even use that phrase, because there's no such thing as alpha male either. There's just alpha. Okay. So there is just alpha. And I explained this to my sisters-in-law. I believe I said that.
Explain that. Why do you say there's no such thing as an alpha male?
So there's only alpha, and alpha will be a male. So in the fluke event that a alpha, the male version of an alpha gets challenged, like women don't understand how, you know, this naturally works, that a female will become the quote unquote alpha. She's going to have to immediately get challenged by another male and lose that position. So, you know, just theoretically looking at it from that scope, you can the best woman can beat some men. The best man can beat all women. So by that definition alone, a woman
There
cannot
would be an alpha female.
exactly. A woman cannot be.
Right.
You cannot dedicate.
In a society where alpha qualities and traits are challenged.
Exactly. And
Okay.
I believe that it goes across the board. Put that in any facet of life. Professionally, a woman cannot dedicate the amount of time that a man who and a woman cannot has to sacrifice more. So if you want to be the biggest, high-powered, most conscientious lawyer, you don't have the time a man has to dedicate to that same craft. He can start a family when he's 55 years old, at the top of his game.
Or she would have to write a family off.
Exactly. While she would have to write it off. And most women aren't willing to do that. So you see what I'm saying? You could never beat out a man trying to use these same, you know, on the same playing field. A woman can really never be quote unquote alpha. It's impossible.
That's true. That's why even when I started the conversation, I raised the question whether there is such a thing, and if it is, what I would think it would look like. So when I was putting out some of the thoughts about the qualities of what a woman who was at an exceptionally high level of her femininity, if there is such a thing as an alpha female characteristics, she would exhibit characteristics that exemplifies womanhood at a highest level.
Mm-hmm.
Like Eugene said, she would be the one who would set the standard of what all women would strive to achieve in their feminine nature as a female.
Mm.
But today we don't have those standards. You know, just researching this show today, it was very difficult to find standards that would pertain to a woman when you use the term alpha and women together.
Yeah.
It's everything pertaining to a man, just in a female's body, which is really weird because for some reason women can't wrap their head around that, to realize that in essence, what they're grafting to themselves are men traits, are male traits. So it's a contradiction in terms. How could men be bad, masculinity be toxic, when the very thing you claim that is bad and toxic, you aspire to attain?
And I'll tell you, so Mr. Lee, while I was taking my son to the park, I was listening, and you said somebody defined alpha female. Did they use the word independent in that definition? The independent word.
Oh, I think that was that may have been Dusto. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I wrote down a few days ago on another show, I wrote down a definition for independent. And inside of this definition, it will show you why a woman cannot.
Sorry. Yes. In the beginning, when I was describing it, one of the first things she had stated, the woman had stated in the video, was that an alpha female is independent.
So let me define that really quick. So
sure.
As far as an independent woman is concerned, an independent woman is a woman who lives in a protected social construct and believes that that structure will never fail. She is unaware that her ability to be self-sufficient is solely reliant upon the fact that a man or group of men will ultimately save her. So women are living inside a construct where they don't even realize that if men weren't here, or at least enough good men, strong men, men who are willing to be warriors and defend, other men will come take all your stuff. So they don't even realize that they live inside a construct in which they are protected by men. The very reason that they are able to go in and out of their own home is because they believe they can call the police. And I'm telling you right now, 9 out of 10 women will not be okay with a woman showing up to their door to protect them. They're going to want a man. And it's because of that construct that they're even able to say the word alpha female. If men weren't here, you could not, or, enough men weren't here to protect you, you could not claim yourself as an alpha female. So it's crazy.
That's very true, because more and more in society, you're starting to see a lot of these Gen Z guys, who, for whatever reason, have abandoned any strong sense of masculinity and have totally adopted that females are equal to men, that they're not of the mind to protect women.
Yeah.
Because I think that video with Andrew Tate and that gamer dude, when he asked him, hey, if there's a bump in the night and someone is at your door breaking in, who goes down, you or your wife? He was like, none of us. He's like, I'm going out the window. I am not going down to defend her. He's like, she's equal. He's like, women can beat men. These guys literally believe this crap.
Yeah.
They see it on game shows or those video games that they play. They have no real connection with reality, because for the past 30 years, since the early 90s till now, they have been promoting in movies and TV the imbecilic man and the strong, independent, clear-minded, aggressive woman.
Mm-hmm. And it's so weird because I had this discussion.
One second. Luke Aisley says he said that his girlfriend was very well trained. He did say that. I didn't remember that quote, but yes.
so
he said his girlfriend was very well trained.
Even that nonsense doesn't fly. So I don't know if you know, I'm very into firearms. I own an online firearms store and a firearms training business. So I've actually gone over the scenario with my wife. I said, if we get burglarized in the middle of the night, this is where we're most likely to be, and this is where the children are. If you get your gun, you can't fire it at the stairs because you have to know where your target is at and what's behind it. So I said, your primary objective is to get the children. Do not engage with anyone, because now they get to use you against me. Now, you see what I'm saying? So I've given her primary objective. That's the type of stuff you need to go through as a man, and you got to tell your woman, do not put your feminist hat on thinking that even if you have a gun, evade. Try to be not seen. You go get the kids. Let me handle those assailants and get them to safety. So I really take so much offense when women are like, well, let me help you defend the house. The second you get overtaken, now I got another situation on my hand. It's such an unrealistic scenario that I wish people would stop trying to create, where it's like we're both going downstairs and both fighting them. You're going to get knocked the hell out. Now, now I'm emotional about what just happened with you, and I can't handle business the way I need to.
Well, matter of fact, even in police departments, and I forgot where I saw this, but it was an interview or something dealing with the police department, and they cited that most female police get their weapons taken away from them by assailants.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they would never send two females out together, because they will get shot by their own gun.
Yep.
Because a big guy, he could take a bullet. He may take 1 or 2 bullets before he drop. And if he's close enough, you're done.
Yep.
Ghetto Point of View says, there's a video out with a varsity high school soccer team absolutely destroying the French Olympic team. Was that Scorcher teams of pros, high school age, teen males? Yeah, I did hear about that video. It was about a year or 2 ago. Absolutely. I mean, and obviously they don't want to promote stuff like that because it's dangerous for the mind of young women.
I mean, it's not even funny. I guess we knew that would probably happen, but damn, that's terrible.
Okay, 1 second. We on Lock Nation. Explain that, because I'm not sure what we're talking about there. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Oh, no worries. I'm actually thinking about what the topic was, but yeah, as far as what needs to be done in the home in that type of situation, you're right. I think a lot of men have no idea. They're really supposed to understand that it's instinctual to protect. So it speaks a lot to the indoctrination that they got in their past, that they think they should play down that instinct or not react instinctively and believe that it's now a team effort, or she's supposed
Well,
to
it's
come
because
downstairs with me.
partly I think also is that young men have been trained, one, not to be physical,
Mm,
not to be violent, not to play fight and real fight. Now physicality is criminalized. So when a young man today look at a conflict situation, if someone is coming at you with violence and your perspective is that violence is bad in all cases, and you've been trained not to be violent in any way, you're going to just sit there and receive the violence.
mm,
That's a dangerous society to have as a whole. Because if the men who are supposed to be the protectors choose, for whatever reason, because they were trained not to protect, females can't protect males, they can't protect themselves.
yeah.
So we're definitely, as a society, I wouldn't say we are regressing as a society. We're going into uncharted territory as a society.
Yeah. I mean, it's going into, it's so bad now that I've seen some of the advertisements and some of the, what do you call it, things that they're putting together to get men back in the military. So I heard a Master Chief of the Navy recently say that I'm admitting that we have a boy crisis. They can't
A
even
what
get
crisis?
a boy crisis.
A boy crisis?
Yeah, I mean the advertisements, they've been using the same advertisements across the armed forces for 20 years, and they've always worked. So when the advertisements didn't produce enough enlistment, they would go to bonuses. Now they're having to increase the bonuses because boys still aren't signing up, and they're saying that it's just they're having issues in boot camp, and all of this having to kick people out. They're failing physically. They don't have mental fortitude. So he's saying that there's a literal boy crisis to where the military is known, especially through the boot camp phase, of turning wimpy boys or boys that just really have no direction and giving them direction. They're saying that
Right.
we can't even do it in boot camp anymore. So that's
Because you can't
signaling,
reach them.
exactly. They're signaling a bigger issue out in the community. It's crazy. And he's,
The thing is that when, and there are a lot of smart people at the Pentagon, when they were making the decision 20, 30 years ago to bring females into the military at the levels that they have decided to do it, they knew what they were doing, and they knew what the consequence was going to be if you put a lot of females in charge. And they knew what the consequence was going to be on society by making females appear to be equally strong as men, projecting that image. It would create a false sense of reality for the woman and for men. Eugene, you're sitting there quietly absorbing. What's your point of view on this?
You know, going all over these YouTube streets, this whole independent women thing, I could see was causing a lot of problems in the structure. And you just used the one example about, the state of the military. You mentioned about, young men, failing physicals and can't teach them in boot camp. It's because of the mentality that had been earned in the household due to the stagnation of the stagnation of the family structure, especially the Black nuclear family.
Yep.
Absolutely. Someone, I guess, have a sense of humor. Wayne's World. A woman can take a bullet better, more feminine fat. I guess you see a sense of humor in that.
I mean, you know another representative. I don't want to misquote. So anybody in the chat that hears this quote, feel free to fact check it. All that hoopla we made in like 2014, 2015, when they decided to allow women to freely enlist in the infantry, in the Army and Marine Corps. And to date, so the funniest thing about it is at the time, I was what's called a combat corpsman, FMF corpsman 8404. I was a Navy corpsman, but attached to a Marine infantry unit. So a lot of people were talking about that in my own unit. And they asked me what I thought about it. And I said, anything you do of that nature, the females are going to need their own firing squads. They're going to need their own battalions. You cannot mix them in with us. I said, I practice dragging the heaviest of you, 250 pounds. I can drag you by myself. So I will feel extremely undermanned if I have a female corpsman who cannot drag those same Marines off the battlefield like I can. You just weakened our squad. Like, it doesn't matter what her skills are. If she can't get people out of the fight to put them back in, you just weakened our squad. So I said,
But, no, I was going to say, but the thing is, I mean, you're not a general, and you're definitely not a 4-star general. So if you can see that clearly, how is it that the ranking generals who are making these decisions don't realize that?
So the interesting part about it is, we've had iterations of it in the military since I was in there. And, there were FET teams, female engagement teams, that were put together to go converse with women in like the Muslim communities, Iraq and Afghanistan, because men couldn't verbally talk to them. So I think they were trying to expand that idea out. But what to me is really funny about it, and it's almost indicative of why women won't even come on this panel right now to discuss with you. Since they've opened that up, the last time I've seen those numbers, which was about 2020, 55,000 men have enlisted in the infantry since that time, and 687 women have enlisted in the infantry. So it's like, you can open it up all you want. Females do not want to fight.
I think the only way you would really get them there is if you draft them.
Exactly. So it's funny. I mean, to me, it's just laughable how they put all of that marketing out there. Women at the forefront, and you understand how costly it is to mobilize female units. They need their own bathrooms, their own feminine product. It costs millions, if not billions of dollars to move their facilities because we can't share them. They have different facilities and supplies. So they put all of this money into that effort for 687 women. That's a little more than 1% of the infantry now to mobilize. And so it's crazy to me. Doesn't make sense.
Luckily, we didn't have women in combat arms when I was in. We had to deal with that.
Well, I left. I got out.
Yeah, I went in 98, got out in 2000. So.
Well, that's the thing. I think, more and more decisions are being made to satisfy a political outlook as to on the ground reality to achieve a certain outcome if you need to go there. And I mean, we see it with the movies, right? The MCU and all these movies they're making. Most recently, She-Hulk. She does everything better than Bruce Banner. She doesn't have any learning curve at all. Everything instantly she's the best at.
I saw that.
I mean, it's ridiculous that the way in which women are being falsely portrayed in every facet of our society is giving them a really false sense of reality. And those who are buying into it those who are buying into it are the ones that's going to be hurt the most. Because guys like us who are not buying into it, and women like the women that patronize this show or any other show on the network, along with others in this manosphere space, they have a more realistic outlook of society. Even though if they don't always agree, they definitely hear the opposing points of views, so they know at least what to consider. Sometimes they go with their emotions, but nonetheless.
Yeah, it reminded me of the time where I was watching the Justice League in the movie theater, and when Wonder Woman came into the scene, the women were like, yeah, I mean, all these women's voices, just cheer her on and everything like that. But giving these women, this sense can end up being pretty dangerous to them, because now, they have this now, and again, they have this mindset to where we're strong now. We can defend ourselves. Where I've watched some of these YouTube videos, right, where I think there were men versus women in MMA matches, and all the time, men had nearly a flawless victory, in each of these matches.
Well, the thing is, too, is that, how can I say? It would be very difficult for a man who is a fighter like that to gear up mentally to go after a female like he would go after a man. If he doesn't take it easy, he will rip her head off her shoulders.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It would be a massacre on a level that they would literally want to criminalize him and charge him. Because it's like, how would you not know that you could do this kind of damage? And I would say, well, why would you put him in the ring with someone that didn't qualify? Like Man Code TV says, I had a woman tell me that women can play in the NFL with the men. They just don't get the chance to.
So, what's so interesting about that particular argument is that the world is not ready to see it, and I'm all for it. We need to see this in reality, because we've hit a fever pitch with it. They keep bluffing and saying it, and now we need to make it reality. So, what I always said is that going back to that females in the infantry, the world is not ready for dead infantry women on a battlefield, for their pictures to be shown, mothers on the battlefield dead. When you see that and it's a man, you just accept it, because male soldiers die in battle. That's what they signed up for.
Well,
Yeah, they're not going to show those pictures.
exactly. They're not going to show
You know how
those
this
pictures.
works.
They
They're
will
going to
not.
show
The
them
world
as
is not ready.
they're going to show them as heroes and then sucker some more women into it. But they're not going to show you the funeral. Nah.
So yeah, the world is not ready for. I mean, geez, the NFL. Like, you look at the weight ratio. Watching women get knocked around the field, like their limbs getting broken, so that we can see live action. So I actually want the world to see it, so we can stop this conversation.
The thing is, I don't know if that could actually be a reality, simply because you have the whole training camp prep season before the season start. What woman will pass training camp to even be able to put on a football field? I just don't see that.
Have any of y'all stood next to any NFL players before?
I know several.
Have you ever stood next to them?
Yeah.
I don't want to take them hits.
Nah, for real. Those guys are huge. I've been next to basketball players, and them dudes is big as a fuck.
My college roommate was on the B squad, made the B squad for the Redskins. Like, that dude even sitting down on the couch was intimidating.
Man, I can also remember my moment where Auburn's basketball team was playing LSU, and Shaq was part of LSU team at the time. So after LSU beat us, right, there were a lot of people who were, stand right in the bottom, right? You have the C Shack, and oh my God, this is a Titan. I was looking at here when I saw Shaq. I was like, wow. Everybody was just in awe.
She
You
saw him
know,
when he was
Well,
skinny.
Shaq is a big
yeah.
dude, no
I saw him
doubt.
I saw him after he got fat. Like saw him in Houston. But you saw the skinny Shaq when he was solid and full of muscle.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I met Magic at, I think it was the either 98 or 99 All-Star game. He didn't play, but he was in town. And there was a restaurant where a lot of athletes used to go to, and I was there. So I met a few of these guys, and I mean, these guys they're just huge, bro. Tall and muscular and just
Yeah.
strong. So it's like, if you could see that in a football player going up against him on the opposite side of you, like, where are you going to be on the offensive line or the defensive line? You can't face off with none of those guys. The only place they could put you is a quarterback. And once you get hit, you're going to see stars.
I mean, we talk about it too, but it's really all a delusion because when you look at it, women will make the joke, but they don't even patronize female events, female sports. They know they don't want to see women play these sports. They don't watch WNBA games. They don't watch women's soccer. So,
Lingerie football league.
they don't watch it. But I have a question for you, Mr. Lee. I don't know if y'all have talked about this already. What do y'all think about this new movie coming out? I think it's all part of the fruit from the same poisonous tree. It's called The Woman King. What do y'all think about that?
I don't.
Well,
I heard about it.
I heard about it also. The thing is that I think it's more of the same delusional. I mean, this is an actual queen that lived and ruled over, I think, a part of the kingdom of Dahomey for a time. But in the true history of how it's been recorded, she was a violent woman. I mean, she used to have men fight to the death for who would get to sleep with her husbands, because she had many husbands. So in terms of barbaricness, it's like when women express themselves in any way of being powerful, they always adapt male traits of violence.
Dudes were fighting for the vagina.
Say
To
again?
death? Dudes are fighting to the death for the vagina.
There was a fight to the death of what?
You said the dudes in the movie are fighting to death just to get a piece.
Oh, no, I don't know if it's in the movie, but part of the history in her kingdom for her husbands. She used to have some of her husbands fight to the death to sleep with her.
I mean,
Absolutely.
Abstinent. I'm
but
good.
if they were to portray this in the movie, you could see today's American women walking away with that type of ideology, because many of them think that men should worship them anyway.
Yep.
But they're getting stuck like 3 times a week and got 2 kids. Ain't nobody fighting for that.
And
but
Mr.
you know
Lee,
what? To beg to differ, I think there's a lot. When we talk about the simp culture, there's a lot of guys out there that will do anything to get between the legs of a woman.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And it doesn't matter the appearance of the woman, because when I see on YouTube, like women that are pushing 350, 400 or more pounds, and they got kids, come on, man. Newborn kids, not like kids is 14 years old, 18 years old, and you could say, okay, she was slim way back when. No, she got brand new babies right now. 400 pounds. Like how do you put your mind to get up in there? How do you even maintain a hard on to be up in that? I can't.
So
And that's why I think, I hear a lot too is that black men have no standards.
It's all races. There's Hispanic and white men going in there too.
Okay,
All
well,
races doing it.
I'm
I've
sure
seen
there's
that
a
in
lot
the
of white
military.
boys going up in theirs, but you do see a lot of brothers participating with relationship with extremely fat women, and now calling that, what's that, curvy? There's no
No,
curves. There's just hills. Oh man. But you see, I mean, that's why I think having a code in life is important. Because like who was it that made that song that says a man's got to know his limitations? Anybody remember that? Let me see. It's not Glenn Campbell. It's I can see the guy's got a white beard. It's
Barry
a
White?
country singer.
Oh,
Charlie Daniels.
No, he's not a new country singer. He's probably dead by now.
Yeah.
He was in the 80s and 90s.
Wait,
Anyway.
Willie Nelson.
No,
Someone said
not
Kenny
Billy
Rogers.
Austin. Kenny Rogers. Yes, Kenny Rogers. Thanks, Jeffrey. Kenny Rogers.
nice.
Kenny Rogers. A man's got to know his limitations in many things, right? It's like I can remember, I think this was like 1996 or 97 when Tyson was big in his day. My girl and I, we had went down to Trump International Tower, which is at 59th Street in Columbus Circle. And there was a big business fair or something going on there. So I went down there to check it out. I took my woman with me. But then she had went back out and she said she had something to do or was going to check something out. We were doing something together business-wise. So I went into one area of the expo and she went to check something out. But she didn't come back in a relative period of time. So I went out looking for her. And when I got into the lobby and I'm walking down, now the guy is back to me. And she is like on the side so she could see me coming. So I walk up on there and I'm like, yo, what's taking you so long? And the dude turned around and it was Mike Tyson. Yo, his freaking neck was like this, bro. Huge. So I was like, hey, what's up, Mike? And the funny shit is, yo, Mike, if you hear this, don't say nothing. He had that soft, hey, what's up, man? Kind of a voice like a girl. I was like, yo, I didn't laugh because I didn't want to laugh. I was like, you want to, but you can't let it out.
Yeah.
So I was like, yo, what's up, man? How you doing? And we chit-chat for a little bit. And I was like, well, if he want to hit it, I ain't got shit to say. Mike in his day back then was a big dude, man. I mean, he wasn't tall, but he had a neck like a horse.
Yeah, he's only like 5'11".
Just a monster.
Nah, he like 5'9". He's short.
Yeah, he's not that
Oh,
tall.
he's not even 5'11".
Yeah, he's not
even
even
what he's listed at. Oh,
He's
damn.
not that tall. That was the first time I met him.
I mean,
First and only.
watching his uppercut videos. I never want to be knocked out like that in my life.
Yeah, them dudes was sick, like Bruno and some of them, they 6'5", 6'6". Larry Holmes, they 6'5" and 6'6".
Crumbling them.
Yeah, Holmes is a big dude too.
Damn.
I've met Roy Jones. I met him at Madison Square Garden, one of his fights.
Man, dude.
I used to like the fights back in the day. I used to go to Vegas and New York.
I mean, so this is interesting. So let's go back to the other conversation where we were talking about let any facet of life, you put the alpha male. Like, so if you say, let's just brawl, let's talk about brawl for kingship in that time, and you have a Mike Tyson, who are the women gonna put up? So yeah, a woman boxer beats a Roy Jones, a woman boxer beats a Roberto Duran, somebody skinnier. What the hell she gonna do when she get to Mike Tyson? Like, what you gonna? I don't even want to watch that fight. You're gonna die. He's knocking your brain
She'll
out your
die
head.
on the first punch.
Like
Just gonna rock her brain. She get contusions in her brain. Her brain will be swollen. She'll be in a coma. Literally
neck broken, jaw unhinged. Like, no. I just wish, like, you know, there were
Somebody
more.
said, Roy, who?
Yeah, enough sensible women to understand this. And really, to that point, I feel like women that portray that, I actually go 180 with it. Those are the weakest women in society because
True.
they don't understand. Like, I think we can say that women aren't dominant, but no one ever said women weren't powerful. I feel like a woman is powerful knows her power is not in dominance, right? Women are as powerful as who they align themselves with.
Well, you know what? One second. Let me bring up this video again. Give me a second, guys.
Uh-oh.
Because it was something I wanted to
Jessica Rabbit.
to bring out. The thing is that the beauty of a woman and the sensuality of a woman is disarming for men.
Yep.
It's desirable for men. Look at his face. Women don't understand that their power lies in their femininity, where literally men will fall at your feet looking to do anything for you, as opposed to you coming across masculinely like another man. The only thing you're going to be met with is force, rejection, and potentially violence. Let me see if I can get back to that part right there. That's the spell.
Yep.
That is the spell. If there is such a thing as an alpha female, that's its power.
Yep.
It's not in what she was talking about on that video when she says extremely independent, successful, career driven, goal oriented. Those are masculine male traits for successful men. This is female traits at its highest. Not every woman have the power to make men do that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be clear. Not every woman have the power to make men melt before you. Certain women have that power, not all women. But the women who do, they can take down kingdoms.
I think I look at that as actually
They can make a man write a check and give him, not in a divorce, all his freaking money. Like, what do you think Anna Nicole Smith did to that billionaire? Come on. That old white boy still was getting a boner, and he was like, I want that.
Hey, this is a cartoon, but she fine as hell.
That's why I used
I've never seen this video. She fine as hell.
Yeah, she's probably 120 pounds, maybe 115.
So this reminds me of the first time I went to. So it's when I was younger. My father and my uncle owned strip clubs. So I wasn't really into that in that type of way. But the first time I ever got seduced by like an older woman,
right?
It was that disarming type of power you say that they have. For me, it was experience. I had been dealing with young, inexperienced, snappish, just talk crazy at the mouth, those type of women for so long. When I dealt with a woman with poise, patience, just that femininity that was like effortless. I didn't anything she wanted, as a young man, she could have got. So that kind of reminds me of that, where I'm out here trying to make excuses for why I don't want to go to work and hey, what you doing tonight? I'll figure out something. You can stay with me. Like, just acting crazy. So that you're right. That is exactly what femininity
And that is one of the reasons why women that possess those qualities, and I said one of the first thing you'll find is that they're not single because they get snatched up. By the time they become legal, within a year or two, they're gone.
That's true.
Yep.
Because men look for women like that. And men with money, they're going to snatch that right up.
Yep.
But
So
you
I
know,
have a buddy that came to my wedding. He said he would never get married. He got married last year. And I said, we got to have a conversation. I don't know what's going on. You trying to get a tax increase or like you said?
Right off.
Yeah, exactly. You said you would never get married. He explained to me that this woman was so, raised by a single mother. The reason he actually said he was never getting married was because he has 3 older sisters and they're all older than him by at least 10 years. The youngest one is older than him by 10 years. He said the way that those sisters treated their husbands and talked about their men with their mother was what made him say, women are no good. I'm never having a woman treat me like they treat their men. So he swore it off for the longest, and he got married last year. He said this woman, she felt comfortable enough to come to his house after a date. And immediately she walked in the door. She said, can I just straighten up real quick? She said this woman went from the shoe rack to his kitchen and was just cleaning and doing stuff. Then they did what they did. They said the next morning he comes down. She cooked a meal. She's cleaning, wiping his countertops. And he said he just paused and was like, is this what a wife looks like? He said he'd never seen it in his life. Somebody who just effortlessly moving things around for good reasons, saying, I just need this spot to be clean. I can't stand a mess. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to impose. He said from that moment on, he's like, bro, I just started considering like this could be a lifelong thing. Yep. So he married.
But that was my point when I say an alpha female that have these qualities as a female would bring out all the masculinity in a man.
Yeah.
He goes right into his nature. It's not something that he has to think and reason with. It's automatic. And I think that's something that, because whoever has been writing the script for women and the women's movement, we know it's white women, but that black women today have been scripting and following as well, that it's not getting them the outcome that they're now saying that they want. Because if you want to be in a powerful relationship with a man, you can't be a man.
Absolutely.
Like we the talk, is that what this is? Walk the talk, walk the talk. So if she's old and single, she's not feminine. She's the extremely independent type. She's the career-driven and goal-driven type. She's that matter-of-fact communicator. You know what is a matter-of-fact communicator?
Yeah.
A matter-of-fact communicator is a man who makes a statement and there's no questioning it. And it's an authoritative way of speaking where people just do what you say.
Yeah.
A woman that moves that way, no man sees her as feminine. No man sees her of wanting to bed her. No man sees her as someone that he wants to have his children with. And if they do have pleasures with her, it's work. It's for an opportunity. It's work. Or he's being paid, whatever, right? Men do it, so I don't have a problem with women doing it.
So I wanted to say something to that point you just made.
Yeah.
We know that white women created feminism. But one thing I want black women to understand and to watch closely is that less than 7% of women in the UK now identify as feminists. I think post 2020.
Less than how much?
Like 7%. Only 7% of women in the UK identify as feminists.
How
anymore.
recent was this poll that you had
About 2020 on a poll. So they no longer identify primarily as feminists. And I think I'm starting to see that in society as well. I'm calling it the new traditional woman movement, because as we know, like, let's just use white women as an example. Their calling card has always been that they've been able to produce marriageable daughters. So now, since they have participated so heavily in the feminist culture, they no longer are doing that. They're not producing marriageable daughters. Their statistics and numbers are actually right behind Black women. They're the second worst, right?
But
So
how could they if they don't really believe in in a woman that would be a mother? Because marriageable is something that a man determines if you're marriageable or not, because he has to ask the question.
yeah.
And if he doesn't ask
Absolutely.
the question, you're not marriageable.
From back in the day, it used to be the family structure, marry my daughter, take my daughter, like that. They used to send women to college to professionally husband hunt. So that used to be their calling card. They no longer have that ability or can claim that as something they do well. So I've seen something that I like to call the new traditional woman movement, where it's women, especially white women, putting down women who are still a part of the feminist culture and putting out feminist talking points in the mainstream. I think one that I saw just yesterday was a white woman saying, if a man needs to handle you, then you don't bring peace. Well, I believe she was talking to Black women, because I only know one woman that says, I need a man that can handle me. So I see what they're doing. They're basically, they created feminism. Now they're flipping the script and using it against the women who are still highly represented in feminism.
But do you believe that's real or is that fake?
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, do you believe that's real or is that fake?
So I believe it is real, only because now it means nothing. Your feminist way, I believe women actually realize that they're not supposed to be alone. And we still know, no matter how they behave, they ultimately don't want to be alone. But now men have all of these different movements, SYSBM, Passport Brothers. So men are not even entertaining the idea of marrying them. So I believe now they're looking at it like, I'm going to shame, because no matter how independent you are as a woman, no matter how much money you make, most cultures know if you can't get a man, then it was all for nothing. So I believe it is real, at least in the minimal.
Trigger mark. Yeah. One problem. If you go on the manosphere, it may look like all the men are all of a sudden uniting and saying we're not going to date the feminist and we're going to. Not true. They're getting bigger. They're getting more wigs. They're putting out more kids. And the simp army outnumbers real men about 3 or 4 to 1. That factory pops out 3 or 4 to 1 real men. And they're still going over there enabling them by the day.
I would say this, right? We can't keep focusing on the guys of lesser quality for men who are aspiring to be better. You know, obviously there's always, the average will be more than the exceptional. That's in anything and everything. But I think the fact that there are men who are seeking to be exceptional men, we should tell the story from those men's perspective as opposed to the simp's perspective. The simp is a loser. He will always be a loser until he changes. And usually the reason why, there are many reasons, I should say, men become simps. Obviously, it's upbringing. That's a big part of it.
Mm-hmm. Confidence.
But also society rewards them for doing what women want. And what makes a man really attractive is not doing what women want, but being a man. Mm-hmm. Let me bring Jay Prince up. I didn't see you in the back there, Jay.
It's actually about.
Good afternoon. How are you?
What's up, Mr. Lee?
How you doing?
What up? I'm pretty good. Sage, Chardusto, Eugene, what's happening?
Why your camera look like the 70s?
I got a question for you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, now you're more in focus. 2 things. One, Do you believe there is such a thing as an alpha female? And two, what is your best alpha trait as a man?
Well, I think it's a such thing as a fake alpha female.
Fake. Okay.
Yeah, it's this image that they. I think personally, I think when y'all was talking about how women is in men's sports and men fights and stuff like that, I think the people that's allowing them to do that, I think they sending a message to us black men, basically calling us, comparing us with women, basically calling us BITCH. Um, my biggest alpha trait. Um, I never spoken on being alpha, but my alpha trait is to not to be easily influenced, follow my own lane, not to let no one dictate who I am, and always standing
So
up for myself.
independent minded.
Yep, and standing up and willing to stand up for myself and die for me and mine.
Okay. So that's independent.
Yep.
And that is that is a masculine quality, independence. Because a man usually could go out and hunt by himself, come back, bring home the spoils. And if you have a female in his cabin, can cut up that lamb, whatever it is that he brought back, and she could go ahead and cook it up, and they could have something to eat. So independent men is a normal thing. That's part of nature. But independent woman is not part of nature.
Nope. I think when I seen that trailer, right, Viola Davis. Y'all got to remember she. It's a scene in that trailer about her interracial. They had to play a scene because she advocate for stuff like that, and
Right.
it just so happened to have the training. I don't know why our women, knowing the history of that, why is they advocating towards that? Maybe that puts something in our race of women brain to make them go that route. I don't know why. Or they try to get our black men attention. They trying to get our attention, let them know that it's none of man better, and try to make us feel some type of way. Women will go off.
Well,
Women will let
what would
everybody
you
to
perceive?
get attention.
What would you perceive is what about the attention that they want from us? What do they want us to perceive, to think or understand?
They want us to, this gender war. They want us to continue allowing them to be who they are at the moment, and they want to somewhat win. You can see that when women come on the panels, how they be playing us men against each other. They say they like Dustos and say they don't like me. I'm gonna listen.
So
to
you would say that they want to rule?
I do believe women want to rule, and I think it's happening. It's just that we don't see it, but it's really happening. Women are
Prince, I
ruling.
had a question, but go ahead. I had a question for you, though, but go ahead.
Yeah, I really think women rule. Go ahead, Dusto.
Of course, I'm a troll men and women on any panel I come to, except I'm a little more serious on this one, out of respect to Sage. Is it productive to compete against women? Because honestly, it's a waste of time competing against men, arguing back and forth. But is it productive to compete against women for power?
Well, you should never.
I feel that's a waste of time.
You should never have to compete with women for power, but at the same time, again, like I said in the beginning, us black men is viewed as equal to a woman. We are the black race is considered the feminine race, men and women. They don't view
Say
black
that again?
men. The black man is viewed. The black race is viewed as the feminine race. They don't distinguish between
The black
men.
race or black Americans?
I would say black race, but particularly specifically black Americans, because other races of men don't see power in us. They won't never say it, but their belief system, they don't see masculine from the black men.
That's
Well,
not true. But
no,
go ahead.
I would not subscribe to that. I think other race of men do see not only masculinity and power in us. What they do see is that we are reluctant to check our women?
Because they know we reluctant to check our women because they know we're afraid what another man would do to us when we check our women. Because you got to think about it. You know, once you remove the protection from other races of men, our women will fall in line naturally. But the reason why we having this much problems with our women, the reason why our women feel like they can only men who they really attack is us. So the reason and reason being because they know they could call another race of men to put us black men in check.
Who puts the black man in check? Other men or other black men?
Other races of men when they dial 911.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying there. But I mean,
Go ahead.
that's not exclusive only to black women. Any woman that dials 911 when the police come will put whoever they're dealing with that's a male in that house in check. He will have to either leave the house for the night, go stay at a hotel, or if it's deemed violent, that person would have to go to jail and spend the night, 72 hours in lockup until he's brought before a judge.
Well, I seen the video. I think that was in Texas, where this black woman, they was coming to find out they was neighbors, actually next door neighbors, and she was parking in his parking spot at a Walmart or something, and he got out and was punching this black woman all in her face, white guy, punching this woman all in her face, blacking her eyes, swollen her nose, busted her mouth and everything, and she called the police. He went to jail, and he got out the next day, no charges. I think
and this was a non-black man.
Yeah, this was non-black women. It seemed like non-black men could get away with that. But the thing, what I see with black women, the reason why I say what I say, when black women get with other races of men, they usually don't act the way they act when they get around us.
Other races or with white men? What are you referring to?
Primarily white men, but I done seen it with other races of men. They pedalize them. Other races of men think they got a trophy, especially white men. They don't. They don't have these conversations like we having.
Right, but that's a psychology that black women have to resolve for themselves. That's not something that we could resolve for black women.
I think when you're a man and you conquer the race and you conquer the men, you get their women. And I believe when we got conquered, the reason why I'm speaking so honestly about, because I think we should be honest about this, so maybe we can make further different steps. But I believe that we was conquered, and once you conquer, you get to take their women, and you could condition. I believe the black woman was primarily raised and bred, designed for the white man or other races of men. They are not designed for the black man, even though they look like us. Even though I got 3 black daughters.
But
even though they come from us, they are raised for another race.
Are they raised on a farm, or are they raised in the home of white men to be raised for white men or other men? How are you classifying their being programmed, raised to be the concubines or wives or whatever of other men other than black men? How would you? Yeah.
Well, the indoctrination of the education system, that's one. 2, the mindset and how they've been educated, how they supposed to be in civil. And
which part of the education? Elementary, K1 to 12, or college?
All of it. All of it.
So the education system is designed to raise women to want to be the possession of white men?
Well, when you think about it, after they graduate and get out of college, typically those women don't see no more value in black men. Also, a lot of people give me pushback on this. They tend to act white. They start thinking like a white woman. They start thinking like they start thinking that they are white, but they won't never.
But is the white man doing that, or is the black woman doing that to herself?
I think the power of the white man and the conditioning of the white man causing black women to bleed that.
Jay Prince, I had a question.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna let some dust slide, but if these women are being built by the white man, and they're all, because of course I don't believe in this fictional white man victim stuff.
That's on you.
Why? Yeah, I don't got these problems. No,
You do have them problems.
No,
You got more than the rest of us. The reason I say you had them problems because you haven't found a black woman out of 40-some years. To the point where you got to think of to the point where you got to run to another race because these black women that you experience, you having issues with. You might have one or two that that you could deal with, but primarily, majority of them don't show you that type of respect. I guarantee you, they would if your skin was 10 times lighter. I guarantee you would have been married. You'd have been having children.
Okay, nothing you just said was true. None of it was. But anyway, I ain't never had no woman call the police on me. What you talking about? I never came home, saw my sister or my father ever call the police. Come on, 911 power.
Have you lived with a woman long term, a black woman?
No, but I ain't never had no police call. No,
I'm asking. Have you lived with a woman long term in a relationship?
Lived
3 to 5 years?
No.
See? Okay, so you don't have the experience because you've never lived in a relationship with a woman like that.
You're virgin in this.
I don't date women. I don't date women who do that stuff.
But you won't
know that that's not an interview. That's not something that would come out in the conversation.
Well, I can't. If it's a whole false narrative, I can't tell you anything, Jay Prince.
No, Dusto. See, by you never experiencing it, that don't mean they won't do it. You can meet a woman that show you all type of love in the beginning. You never seen the downside of them yet. You never experienced. You weren't with them long enough to experience it.
Jay Prince, if you experienced it and I didn't, don't you think we're both black? You experiencing all this other stuff and I don't. Don't you think maybe something's different?
But I also was in long term.
2 different men.
I was also in long terms. My longest was 5 years. I had a lot of 2 or 3 years. I had a 4-year. So I'm spending time and actually living with these women. It's a different ball game when you meet a woman at the club for a couple of weeks, y'all jamming, then you get to go home. You live in your house, she live in her house. That right there is a different ball game, Dusto.
We're arguing the point that
have you ever lived with the woman before?
This point you're talking about ain't even but 13 cents of what I was talking about. That's the point way over there that don't even exist.
It exists because you don't have the experience.
You know what?
But I beg to differ. I beg to differ.
You look at another black man who's doing all right and you see a victim. Why?
No, it's not about you doing all right.
No, I'm saying you see other black men across all the penals.
No,
you already told a black man doing all right, no problems, none of these issues.
Doing all right, Dusto.
And you say they're a victim.
No, Dusto, you are not doing all right. Your goal,
I didn't know that.
Let me tell you why you're not doing all right. Let me tell you not doing all right. Your goal, since by talking to you, your goal always have been having a nice, beautiful woman and family to raise. And yet, you haven't achieved that goal yet. You probably achieved a financial goal, but that's not the primary goal what God put us to be. God made nuclear families, and I believe a majority of men want families, and you haven't achieved that part yet. Yeah, you done graduated, you done went to school, you making money. That stuff is a fake illusion of power. That's just illusion. But what's real is families.
Okay. Well, you need to be able to provide for your family. So he has established himself as a man capable of providing, but he hasn't established himself as a man who can build a family with a woman. That's part of it.
If you got a date, Dusto, if you got a date, you don't have no legacy. You don't have no legacy leading behind you.
I don't care about no legacy.
Do you ever serve me about no legacy?
Me, I don't care.
All men cares about a legacy.
How you gonna tell me what I want?
For that's why a lot of men plan. A lot of men like yourself and other men, they plan for their grandkids. They hustle for their last name, not their first. So a lot of their hustle, they plan for their grandchildren, their children, great grandchildren for their legacy.
Jay Prince, how you gonna speak for a whole nother grown man?
I'm just thinking, maybe I could be wrong. So you don't want to see your grandkids, little Dustos run around here?
I'm honestly not that interested in having kids. I told you that before. My whole 30s, I didn't want kids.
I think that you done told yourself that because you probably feel like it done got late, and you a lot of times, you know, when you feel like you can't have it or you haven't had it so long, you psych yourself out to believe that you don't want it, but deep down inside you do.
How you gonna speak for a whole nother grown man versus saying, "Hey, what's your goals and what are you doing and were you prepared?" The truth is, I got a
Jay Prince,
place
in
for a
that,
wife to walk into right now, like already ready made. That's my choice on who and how I decide to marry.
If
And
you had a wife
continent I
if you
decide to
find a
pick on.
beautiful wife that you want, Dusto, let me ask you this question then. If you find a wife that you've been looking for 40 some years, right? And let's say she could have kids, would you give her some kids?
That's between me and her. That's my decision.
No.
My choice.
Would you be willing? And she say, Dusto, we've been together for a few years. We doing everything good. I love you to death. I'm gonna be with you. You ain't going nowhere. I'm gonna do whatever you tell me to do. Everything. I just want us to have some children. Would you give it to her?
Possibly.
So you
That's
do
my
want
decision.
children.
That's my decision now.
So you do want children. You just been
That's my
hiding from
decision,
the fact because
not
you haven't
yours.
had it yet. Because the reason why you telling yourself that you don't want children, you don't want no family, all this other stuff, because you haven't had it and it bothers you.
That's not true.
I could be wrong.
You are wrong. But I was going to the point.
I've been wrong.
Yeah, I was going to the point about the victim thing is this. There's some dudes over here competing and fighting with the women and the police and the man and the system and all. There's another set of men who don't have these problems.
or there were
Why
men
not
that
listen to those men?
experienced it and chose differently after, because you don't know what a woman is going to do until you have a falling out. I mean, in the beginning of any relationships, usually you treat each other nice, but at
Sage,
some point,
I don't buy
if
it.
a relationship, say again.
That's like saying, okay, I'm 42. There's a whole bunch of things that I've never experienced, and there's reasons why I haven't experienced a lot of this stuff. And even if you talk about jobs and other stuff, there's decisions I made. I ain't been to jail. I don't have these problems over here. And then other people
Right.
saying, well, just because you haven't
Right, but
experienced it yet. There's
Going
a
to jail
reason.
is usually something you can
Or
control
I'm talking
by
about
your
like
actions.
competing with women or the problem with the mysterious, the white man. There's a reason I don't have those problems. That's all I'm saying. It's not
Okay.
that because I'm a black man, all of us are in this socialism and we're all these victims.
Because you know not to piss that
Same
white
level,
man off.
the same- Huh?
You know not to piss that white man off. That's what I'm talking about. We getting dominated by other races. Men, you know that they're not worrying about pissing you
Jay
off.
Prince, how about being in a situation?
Is any other race of men worrying about pissing us off or committing crime in front of us? No, they're
Jay
not.
Prince, I don't sit around and watch crime, but I've been in positions what I do where yes, there are white and other races of people not trying not to piss me off. Yes. Have you ever sat in a seat before?
I'm okay. I'm talking about
Sage knows what that seat
I'm
feels
talking
like.
about a macro type of thing, not just
I'm talking to
for you to
individuals.
beat them up at that moment. What I'm saying is
That
like
too.
when they commit crimes, they not worrying about when they see a black man coming around the corner. They not finna go running from you when they commit
Jay
crime.
Prince,
We go
I'm not
running
there
from
when
them.
people are committing crimes. I don't marinate in crime.
No, I'm just saying.
That's not what
I'm
I do.
using crime as to give you an example. Like, okay, when you fighting for your kids or something, you know, they're not worrying about us.
Those examples don't work because it's
You're
not
talking
something
about-
that pertains to him.
It's,
Well,
Who
you know,
cut your
the thing
my
is
dad
that
did- there wasn't twice a week where my dad had to go out and fight for the kids in a crime zone with white people. What are we talking about?
Well, who cut your check?
Cuts my check.
Who cuts your check?
According to you, it's a white guy with a suit on.
No, I want you to tell me. Who cut your check?
The employer. I work for the federal government.
Okay.
And let me guess, according to you, is white.
No, I'm
It's
asking.
not 17% black.
Are they?
It's not 20% Hispanic. It's just all of a sudden white, right?
well,
I'm saying
I
the
mean,
ones who
in
the
general,
top dog.
I will say in general that every black man don't experience the same life as some people in the hood do. And whether
And
you're
there's no
in the hood
judgment
or
here
not
either.
in the hood, you know, you can have white people that live very good lives get the police called on them when they're into a situation with their wives. So having the police called on you is not something that couldn't happen whether you come from any echelon in society, whether you're at the bottom or whether you're at the top. The difference is when you're at the top, you're handled differently by the cops because you usually know the chief of police, you probably know the mayor, you know, different people in society that when they show up at your door, you get a little bit of respect from the officer when they come to the door once they identify who you are. But it doesn't necessarily mean that other people are just exempt from potentially experiencing a situation where someone they're in a relationship with could put them in a compromising situation because of whatever. The thing is, I think, with regard to what Dusto is saying, is that he never got with women that display maybe a certain temperament that would lead towards either violence physically or have a big mouth that can't shed it, that is triggering. So because he didn't entertain those women, he never had relationships with them to let that become a scenario that can play itself out.
And
So I think that's where he's coming from. And not every black person experienced the same life growing up.
but that's
You know,
that's
I came from a life where I was in the ghetto, but when I grew up, I lived a different life. I didn't live a ghetto life. I'm not a ghetto person. Now, when I'm around the way, I know how to act with my friends. I know how I move when I'm in the hood. But I mean, I'm aware wherever I go, whether I'm in the white man's world. I mean, in Central America, where I am, when I walk down the street, I'm not clueless because I know shit can happen if you walk, you know, without being aware of your surroundings. But the point is that you can't let your environment, and this is something that I really have a strong outlook on. As a black man, particularly, you shouldn't allow your environment to dictate your behavior because those are things that you can learn and unlearn. And I came from a very violent community and drug-filled community. But when I grew up, I made efforts to live my life differently. I did not take the ghetto with me on my back like I have to be this ghetto dude wherever I go.
Yeah.
And I think many times we approach life, or at least we use the excuse as black men that we're not standing 10 toes down if the hood is not on our shoulder in a backpack where we could get to it immediately. And we have to get off of that because we weren't always from the hood. If you go back into our history, we weren't always from the hood. This is just a stage in life for us as a people. What's next? And that's what I like, you know, us as black men to really consider. What's next for us, right? Because through military might, the Chinese are looking like, we might be able to take over the world next.
Mm-hmm.
The Arabs, they might be thinking, maybe we could do it too. East India, they might be looking like, you know what, we could do it too. What is the black man thinking about other than pussy?
what he is conditioned to think.
Hey, Jay Prince, I got one
Nothing
question.
powerful. Go
One
ahead,
question. If you have your view on the white man, you have your view on the white
I don't
man.
hate white men.
No, I didn't say that. I just saying you have your view. And then black men come on this panel. Some of them are Dusto, some of them are successful, some of them are whoever. And you already have your view when they show up as a black man, and you put them in the victim category. If that's the case, who are you following? Who are you willing to listen to?
No, the
White
ones.
man, black woman, black who?
No, the
The black
ones.
men are victims. The black woman, you don't trust them. Who you willing to listen to?
The ones that I have, the ones that you would think that would be more of a warrior type or stick to the code.
What code?
Those typically be the black men that aligns with whatever the higher authorities give them. You know, they got like a beta mindset. They willing to submit and be submissive. They not thinking like the Chinese, the race of the what Uncle Miss Lee just said, like the Chinese man, like the Indian man, all them other races of men. Those type of black men that so-called made it and stuff like that, they willing to bow down and be third in charge.
I don't get what you're saying. What's the code? And where's the Indian man and the other man fall
The
into?
code is the same code like the Chinese man that Mr. Lee speak about, the Indian man that Mr. Lee speak about, other race men in general, white men, you know, all these other men in general. Men was put on. We got strong hands for a reason. We was meant to war. We was meant to conquer. We was meant to take over. We was meant die trying. We weren't meant to just be safe. We weren't meant to be comfortable. We weren't meant to be warm. We weren't meant to be laying back and just living in fear and having the same complaints as your woman. That's the reason why a woman, I believe that's the reason why women feel like they can match up with us, because there's some self-accountability. Maybe because our black women think that they can be men is because that we probably on the same level as them.
No, I think
In
it's
our
because
actions.
I'm
lost.
I'm just saying in our actions, we don't do the other stuff like what Miss Lee you just got done speaking about. We not taking over like the Chinese man. We not trying to build, we not trying to conquer, we not trying to do none of that. You just asked that question, what is black men
well, I
problem?
think
No, I was
think
talking about
part
you specifically. I believe I'm talking about individualism. I don't see this all
you can't
bunch of
talk
black
about
men wearing suits
individualism. I
marching.
think
I'm talking about
individualism
individual.
was the
but
worst
individuals are
detriment.
not going to take over the world. Dusto.
Probably not.
The Chinese are not going to. They're not coming as one Chinaman.
Yeah,
The
so
Arabs, the
being
East Indians,
individual,
they're not coming as one Chinaman.
they come as a
Individuals
collective.
don't run shit. Your little life in a society, however great you become, society can take that away from you at the drop of a hat.
Seconds.
I mean, you look at most black men who have attained wealth in society, particularly black men. What happens to them once they get old?
They die.
Before they die,
Were you gonna say they lose it all?
they lose it all.
When is we gonna have when is we gonna have something in history when they say Dusto was the type of man, he stood up for his community and he fought. Jay Prince was the type of man, he stood up and he fought. You know what I'm
Jay
saying?
Prince.
I don't want
You know
my
the answer to
when
that.
you when I'm dead and gone, I don't want people to say, well, Jay Prince, he worked a job, he tried to stay out of trouble, he was a good good Christian man, and all this coward shit. I want to have my image like the Chinese man, like the white man, like the Indian man. Jay Prince stood up and fought for what he believed in.
Let me
You think
clear
I
that
care
up
what
real
people
quick.
think about me when I die, and I don't think about when I'm living?
Let me
I don't
answer
care
Jay.
what
I
people
can
think.
imagine them probably thought the same way, but look at them. We still talking about them 70 years later.
Listen, JP,
Martin Luther King.
let me answer your question because you make really good points, and you made one earlier about black men wanting legacy and being able to further their legacy. The one thing I need you to reconcile in this topic is that your legacy is attached to your family. All right. So the second black men in general start prioritizing family over pussy. All right. That's exactly what I did. So, I tell everybody all the time, I got married at my sexual peak. When my resources were going up, I got married because I care more about my legacy than I do my individual power to sleep with many women, if you understand what I'm saying. So the second I started prioritizing that, I saw how the community at large, doesn't even matter if black people are in it or not, started treating me, right? So you get accepted into a club of men almost because they see you taking care of your business. So everything you just named about who they're going to celebrate, everything I represent to this little community, taking my son to soccer games, the other people leaving their kids with me or feeling safe enough to leave their kids with me at the park, that is me being a part of a community which will celebrate my legacy when I'm gone. All men's legacy is attached to their family, essentially. All right. So the second we start prioritizing that is when we get honored.
Let me respond to you right quick.
Jay,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Now, okay. Family, even though I agree with you, right? But it's always their man. It's this man, particular man, come around. Let's say your woman at work or whatever, and it's always this man coming up with a bigger buck than you, buying your woman gifts, all this other stuff, putting all type of flaws in your relationship, and eventually, a couple arguments with your wife, she's gonna sleep with him. Then before you know it, she gone. That's what I'm talking about with other races of men. The reason why our women is behaving, they know what they doing is wrong. They know how they treating black men is not how the way they supposed to treat us. They know how to act. These black women don't. You not finna sit up here and try to make me believe that black women don't know how to act feminine. They don't know how to act nurturing. They don't know how to do all of this. You cannot sit up there and believe that, because when they get with other races men, they know how to do it when it's the right man. But the problem is that the other races men got either that big bucks and power. Women is attracted to two things: money and power.
Well,
I don't care how much money this black man get in America. We don't have no power.
That's all women. So then, if that's the truth, then why is game a thing?
It's just for shits and giggles to get them at the moment, but it typically game don't last.
I'm asking you that from a real perspective, because that's something that I hear you and other men speak about in this space. They talk about game a lot when it comes to pulling a woman. And you just say women, black women particularly, respect money and power. And you also will try to insult men who have money and use the power of their money to gain the woman that they want. And if they don't have game, they're looked at as something lesser of a man.
Because I have spoken to a lot of women over the years, and we had these conversations about black men that's doing well for themselves, like financially. And it seems like to me, black women got a problem with those guys.
What guys that are doing well
financially?
They didn't tell you the truth.
They would, of course, when you got that money, it's gonna alter their.
Why do you think they have a problem with those guys?
Because for me, what I took from it is that, and this not to say this is what I'm saying is a fact, but a lot of times what I have seen from black men when they get that type of money, they don't do anything masculine. They come be more and more beta. Even though financially they straight, but in real life, because they be scared to take risks, they be scared to go to jail because they got a lot to lose. So they don't. Is it really
that? Because are they really around men like that have their economics together at that level? They don't really know these men. They don't date these men. They may work at the job where these men exist. Or is it that they're not willing to submit themselves to the rulings of a man that have achieved?
I would say that could be true, but I done seen women, black women, majority of my life, they submit to thugs.
They submit to thugs.
Yes, they do.
So then is that a man's problem or a woman's problem?
I would say at first I used to say that was a woman's problem because I used to get mad at women about that. But when you explain the characteristics of the thug, see, the word thug was just a label that another race of men put on.
No, I don't want to get into the definition of thug and what that means. But
the character
in the essence of how the women see a thug, you can explain that. I would listen to that.
See, when a woman view a thug, she see a man that's brave, a man that's willing to take risks. They believe risk takers make champions. A man that's will go out there by any means necessarily to provide for him and his family and protect him and his family, even if he had to die trying.
Okay, so but most of these guys, or a lot of these guys, end up in jail. How are they protecting?
Yeah, it seemed like these black women, they got an understanding when they thugs, because they will sit up there and wait for a man that's serving 5 years in prison. You see it all the time, but they won't wait for Dusto to get off work for 16 hours. They will leave Dusto quick.
So then my point
hours.
is, because what you said earlier is that black women, the reason why that they don't follow black men is because they respect money and power.
Yeah.
But then you describe the men that they choose have neither money or power, because when you go to jail, you have zero power. So
Actually,
is the problem with the black man, or is the problem with the black woman?
okay, like when they date these drug dealers and stuff, actually those guys and a lot of thugs got power in the communities that they live.
No, they don't, because
they got power.
I noticed one thing: when that blue and red light goes off, whoop 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 whoop, clear the corner, they bounce. See, I'm from the hood.
Saying for the everyday basis,
I know how those black men move when the power really show up.
Right, and that's what I was trying to say earlier. But on an everyday basis, Uncle Lee, these men,
they like the pretext of power, the image of power. So
the
black women would,
but they don't put in a lot of work
though. Of power.
No, those men that got power in these communities, it just didn't fall in their laps. They put in a lot of work to get those type of power.
What work they put in? Did they build something in the community? What work they put in?
They put in the work that a lot of black men particularly won't want to do. And they knew the consequences.
Give me an example of the work so I can understand what you're saying.
Come on,
Mr. Lee. You know you from the ghetto, man.
I play chess.
Yeah,
so go ahead.
I know you trying to let me sing my.
Just keep digging. Keep digging. I'll go on.
But now think about it. The work that these men put in, women get it's attractive when everybody in the community or the neighborhood that she live in respect you. They damn near bow down to you. That's power. When you get another man and multiple men to bow down to you.
It's false power.
Yeah. Absolutely false.
But as a black man in America, that's about the closest thing we're gonna get to
our women choose men who have a false image of power. And it's not until they're 35 years old or older, then they say, I have life experience now.
They want
I'm wiser, therefore I have more value, though they may have several children by these false, powerful men. And now they want a man that have money, success, and power in the real world. That's when they want those guys.
I would think that's half the truth. Because even though I know what you're talking about, when they do get older, they be looking for these good men and stuff like that. They want a good man, but in the back of their minds, they still desire that thug. Because I believe women don't never grow. They don't never grow mentally. Mentally, I look at women like they still children. You got women comparing themselves with their daughters. So these women mentally children.
So if that's true, why do you concern yourself with what women think?
No, you want me to be honest?
Yes, of course, if you can.
I believe just like a parent, when your kids get out of line, where my fucking bill? Well, I think that we need to pull out some damn stitching cords and whoop that, get on their ass.
But that's my point. So, like a child, you wouldn't be concerned about the opinions. Like a child, you wouldn't be concerned about the opinions of a child. why do black men give so much credence to the ideas, thoughts, and desires of black women?
Because secretly, I had said this on my show. I think manosphere, womansphere, all this type of sphere, and all these conversations that we've been having about each other, I think secretly black women and black men desire each other. They love each other.
Well, of course we do. I mean, that's a foregone conclusion.
That's why
Of
we having
course
all
we
these
do.
talks and complaints, because black women,
Absolutely.
when I think of a black
That's a
woman, I
given.
think of
That's a
something
given.
great.
I don't dispute that with you. As long as black men are talking, it's because they still want the black woman.
They still want
Once
them.
they stop talking, that's
That's
when
when they
black
gone.
women are going to have a problem.
Yep.
And the SYSBM brothers, they're just making a big recruiting right now.
But usually those be the type of men that want to get in black women anyway.
Well, how could you say that? How could you say that?
No, because like the ones that's running from these black women and the ones that wasn't getting submission from these black women, those are the men that really passport bros and stuff, like men that's like me that experienced the submission, the respect, the love, the multitude of having a multiple of
But
them.
Jay, you're not married to any of the mothers of your
them.
children.
Huh?
Jay,
I'm not complaining
you have
either.
not married to any of your mother's children.
Actually,
Because
Jay, you are complaining.
How are they?
How
did you get submission from women and you didn't marry them?
Because if it's not broken, don't fix it, and that's how a lot of us black people was.
So you are of the idea that as black men we're gonna conquer white people, but we can't even come together to maintain a family?
No, because we still have families. When you think of all of these communities,
No. You see, if we want to use the lion and his pride and his cubs as the essence of masculinity and men and rulership and dominance and submission, then let's use the lion. When the lion comes in and takes over a pride, all those children that are not his, he get rid of them. He brings new children that are his, and he stays there and protect his family and his children.
Okay, that's true. What I'm saying is, okay, how could I put this? Like, okay, when like the women that I was having, I'm having these conversations with, like I said this millions of times on the show. I'm more mad that women would choose me over Trigger Might, or no. I'm not saying me in person or Trigger Might in person.
You represent.
They're attracted to the lifestyle.
You represents the image that most black women like in the hood.
Yeah.
But men who are as masculine as you, who don't wear their bravado outwardly, but who are also successful, accomplished, and men with power in the society. See, you can go in the street and fight one guy or shoot one guy.
Mm-hmm.
A guy like Robert Smith can pick up the phone and call the mayor. He moves power in a different way. You will go to jail for 25 years.
Yeah.
He'll build an institution that lasts for 200 years.
But you know what I found?
There's a different way in how other black men move with power that not only you don't understand, but the black women in the community don't even know.
But you know what I realized though? And it seems this way to me. I could be wrong. Okay. It seems like if black women can't have no thug and they had to go to what we call a nerd or a guy like that, they rather have a white man or another race of men. It seems like they do not want a black man to act that way.
And I agree with you.
Somebody lied to you, bro. Here's the deal.
Yeah. Uncle Lee just agreed with me.
No, I'm gonna tell you the lie.
Let me get this point out.
Go ahead.
What I was gonna say is that I agree with you that that's the black woman's perspective, and that's why I say the problem is not the black man. The problem is her. It's her thinking. Because before she will choose a man with real power in the society, economics and powerful, she would prefer to choose a hood dude. And if she can't have that, she would go to a white dude. That is her problem. That is not the black man's problem, especially one who have built himself up in a society like America to become successful and powerful and economically strong.
But would you agree with them though? Because the reason why I would say that
Agree with who? The
with
women?
with the women, because like when I see black women that's educated, right, and typically what I see, they're just for me. They act white, so I'm like, damn. If you're gonna act white, I might as well get the real
I
thing.
give up. I tried. I give up.
You said
They act
the
and
black
talk it.
woman.
I might
act
as well
white?
get the real deal.
J Prince, hear me out. 2 points. Then fire away with the dust. Here's the deal. I'll just say I'm the nerd for the day. We don't want those. We don't want those women. We don't want them. The ones who won't submit and acting and chasing for the thugs. We don't want those women. They're trying to come and get somebody like me or some of my friends. We say no. We delete their numbers once we find out what they're talking about. They're not running the white dudes. You can't go over there 200 pounds with a wig and 2 black kids expecting a white dude.
Yeah.
They're lying to you.
All right.
Where are all the white men coming to get these women? Open your eyes.
That's so you do, because I got to go in on the last thing he said. So you said something about the passport brothers not being able to get black women. So let's just say I was single and I was one of the passport brothers. I do very well for myself. So it's because these men care about how they represent themselves. Any man of status is caring about how he represents himself. And if he's anything like me, he had a hard time finding a black woman who could turn off this fake masculine thing enough to trust her to represent him well when he's not there. That's why they're going to women who were born and bred to represent men well. You see what I'm saying? That's why they're going over there, bro. It's like when I'm talking about a woman speaking for me, if I say I'm going to a corporate function, we're going, my CEO, CFO is going to be there. We need to, I don't need to talk to her about what she's wearing to that function. I was having those type of issues. Like, what is this? Cover your bust line. I need a woman who knows exactly what to wear. We don't have that in America anymore. It's like, what you out here trying to market yourself for? A man needs a woman he don't have to talk to about these important things. It says men put childish things away. Women haven't done that yet. Women are still trying to market.
that she is coachable also, because
exactly.
If a woman marries a man that's successful and she doesn't have those upbringings or training, if she's coachable, she can be taught. Like a lot of time we hear about women don't mature until the age of 25. In their frontal lobes, part of that is because they need to be coachable to be finally formed to the man that they will marry or that they have married. That's why between the age of 21 and 24, a woman should be married if she plans to be with a man.
Yep.
Because once her frontal lobe is formed fully, by the time she hit 30, she no longer is really coachable by a man to be molded to that man.
Do you think because
she become more and more hardened in her ways?
Yep.
And that's why when in time past, men married young women in their teens, 18, 19, whatever, long before they reach that age of 25, because by the time they're 25, they have children, they have been with that man for several years, they know how he moves, they work in concert with him. But because so many women are going around pleasuring their lives long past 25, by the time they get up into their 30s, now they have all these different ideas of men, different type of men, sexual experience and life living experience, what likes and dislikes. Then when they come with one man that wants to build with them, they're always judging this man against other men that they've been with.
Yep.
So it's hard for them to settling and focus on that one man, because she's always looking at what he's missing that another man may have. And she's like a Frankenstein doctor because she's trying to build a man from the 20 different men that she's been with into one guy. And you're not going to have that. Chief Cook and Diesel TV, welcome to Sage Talk.
How we doing?
Chief
How we
Cook,
doing?
you can speak up first since you have been waiting in the back chat for a while. There are two things I'd like you guys to touch on since you're up on the panel, because I asked everybody the question. One, is there such thing as an alpha female? That's one. And the question to the men basically is, what is your, excuse me, what is your alpha trait as a man? Just give us one. And we'll start with you, Chief Cook, first. First, is there such thing as an alpha woman? Depending on your answer, you can elaborate. If it's yes, what that would look like. Has it matched the conversation that we've been talking about and some of the things that I have suggested that would qualify a woman to be alpha in the eyes of men?
Of course you are. Of course, I know some of you guys.
Speak up a little. Can't hear you. Well, yeah, get closer to you. Yeah.
William Lynch, Dr. Rennie, you can find out how that all began. You all know that story about William Lynch and how they told black women they had this and not the black men. And secondly, as being a 35-year police officer in the police department, that's my leadership as a former chief of police. And I see it all my life growing up as a police officer, my day being a cop. You know, there is some kind of authority of having, especially becoming an officer. So I've seen that. You know, I was listening to you earlier about police officers like that. I've seen it from people, women, head of the house, going anything like that. You know, when I go visit crime and tell women about their juvenile kids doing something and they got an attitude like this, because we all of us, majority of us, have been raised by women and not raised by father and you know.
Can you either put your mic closer or turn up the volume? The chat is still having a difficult time hearing you.
I'm sorry. Hear me now. It's better.
Yeah, a little bit better. Go ahead.
All of us been born raised by women. All of us. Some of us have not been raised by men because we have seen it. What the society has done to us, to our fathers, in past years. We all grew up watching. Some of us who remember watching Good Times. We all watch it when James Evans was the head of the family, and he called the shots, and then they kill him off. Why? Because they didn't want that strong family in the house, and that's continued to this day. They still do not want that strong family. So now we have the daughters now, raised up by mom, told mom don't depend on man, be independent, be self-dependent, and do all, what Kevin Samuel always said. So yes, there is an alpha female out there, especially in the school system, especially in.
Okay, so what are those qualities of an alpha female? Give us one or two of the qualities that you have seen.
Well, boss, one thing in the question, that's the attitude. That's one. It's the attitude.
Again?
The attitude.
The attitude. What is the attitude?
So you don't tell me what to do. You don't have a finger in the eyes, thing like this. You know how many times have I seen when I arrest a son?
But that's disrespectful. Alpha men are leaders. They're not disrespectful. They're commanding, they're authoritative, but they're not disrespectful. So how is waving your finger and shaking your head about and being disrespectful an alpha quality of a female?
I'm a peace officer, and many times when I arrest their sons or even their daughters, I talk to them. I say, ma'am, your kid got in trouble, who fault is it like this, and they get this attitude like it's somebody's fault. No, and we explain to them, your kid did something wrong, and
right.
And they don't believe it. You see the evidence right in front of you. He beat up this guy. He stole this, did that. And
so what it sounds to me you're describing is an uncoachable woman that is disobedient and just wild.
Yes.
That is not being wild is not alpha.
Yes. They are raised to be alpha. They are raised to be alpha.
They're not, but those are not alpha qualities. You said you're a police officer, right?
You're a strong black woman and not have nobody put no finger to you what do anything. That is
right. But those are male qualities. Those are not even female qualities.
Raised by other women.
So so in your eyes, an alpha woman is a man?
Some are. And thanks to LGBTQ whatever alphabet people, they try to make sure they are as well. They do not want to see the strong.
Well, the majority of our sisters in the community are not alphabet people, right?
That's who.
They're women nonetheless.
Yeah, but
but their behavior is more man-like than female-like. See, the thing is, as men, we need to identify what it is that makes a woman for us.
I mean, look at it. I mean, we got the women with nose piercing now. They tattoo from head to toe now. They try to be awful. They try to be brother now. What's up like that. We don't see.
So are those qualities of a woman? First of all,
no.
Okay, then. So if those are not qualities of a woman, how could that behavior be an alpha woman?
Because that's acting like alpha. That is alpha right there. I mean, how many of you say, "Hey, how you doing?" and you get the look?
No, they're acting like males.
Exactly.
But because you're a male, don't make you an alpha. Every man is not an alpha.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Right?
They're not alpha, but there are a lot of.
And I think you got to be more specific with your words.
Yeah.
Just because a woman acts like a male, don't make her an alpha. She's just male acting.
Well,
she projects herself. She projects herself with masculine-like ways.
There's a lot of women are like that doing it now.
That is true, and I'm not debating that. What I am saying is that it's a masculine behavior. It's not an alpha behavior.
It is alpha female because when this mother tell you, okay, I'll give you an example. We all know women wear hair hats and weeds like that. When this mama, back when I was growing up, mama and daughter, they comb their hair, their iron comb and all that stuff. They natural hair. Now everybody, wearing this and that. Now they're not spraying it generation to generation. Now they're not teaching them girls now. Everybody.
But how is that alpha? I don't understand.
And they went from feminine to alpha male now because
what they've gone from is feminine to masculine.
Yeah.
And you're confusing masculine and alpha as being the same. Alpha is masculine, but every masculine man is not an alpha man.
Some are, I seen women just because even they are wearing a dress. Well, look, they do want.
So, do you consider? Question: do you consider an alpha man a good leader?
Yes, I'm
okay, hold on. Follow my thought. Hold on. If you're saying that an alpha man is a good leader, and many of the women in the community, the black community, act like men, therefore they're alpha, why is the community in disarray?
Because we let outside forces interfere in our
what are the outside forces?
White people are one. LGBT.
White people are in the black community?
Yes, some certain groups now, and some parties now are telling people, we like you said earlier. I think one of the guys said something about the nuclear family. Okay, where happened to the nuclear family? Who destroyed the nuclear family? And
who did that?
No, they did. They especially white people. Some groups, some parties, some parties.
So you say you're a police officer?
Yeah.
You say you're a police officer?
Yes.
Yeah, get to him.
Whoa.
Yes.
Brother, let me tell you something. I'm a chief of police department right now, and the way you're talking, there is no way you believe that another person put the hold on. There's no way that you're sitting here and telling me, as a police officer, you patrol the streets, that somebody else made another man make the decision to break the law.
I'm not saying they're making a decision for it.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Like you're okay. So
some parties slowly turning certain certain groups out there are help trying us not to be a strong black force in America. I worked in I was living in Memphis. Okay, Memphis was a strong black city growing up, trying to be like Atlanta and other cities, and it went from this to this when crime came in, especially when after Katrina.
Okay, so let me comment on something what you're saying. Lee, start off answering Lee's question. There is no way a female can be an alpha, because an alpha. Hold on. We let you cook, Chief. We let you cook. Come on now. So there is no way a woman can be an alpha, because that means that woman doesn't need anybody else for anything. The alpha is the top.
Yes.
A woman still needs a man's covering. A woman still needs a man's protection.
Yes.
There's no way a woman can do that. Like she can't just be an alpha. She may act like she's an alpha, but she might try to be the alpha, but she can't do that. Right?
I agree with that. I agree with that. And I should have said earlier, I agree with that. In some areas, I agree with that. But there are some of them trying their best to be that in a large capacity and way. Especially looking at schools now, looking at college now.
Can I finish?
And look at society. They tell people, black women first, black man second, anything like that. It's getting bigger and bigger now. And when we had.
But let me ask you this, Chief Cook. Do black people have to accept everything that's put on television?
No.
Do we have choice?
Yeah, we have choice.
We pay for cable, right? Whether it's Comcast, Time Warner, whatever. You could switch the station if you don't want to see something. Like in the 90s when they were showing all these sitcoms with submissive black men and domineering black women, I turned it off. I didn't watch that. See, we could sit back and absorb the brainwashing and then blame the white man for brainwashing you when you know it was brainwashing. That's stupid.
Can I make a comment, Lee?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
So let me finish what I was saying. The problem is that you're right, Cook. We have had women that have raised males, but they raised beta males. And the beta males are saying these females are alpha, and then other males think that they're alpha, so they're getting their information, the way they move and all that stuff from those females and become beta males. Beta males allow somebody else to come into the community and make them, brainwash them, and have them act a certain way to cause these things. That is the problem. There should not be not one male in here that's saying there's an alpha female for some reason. I don't know why anybody would ever say that. Because then our kids, our little boys that see you say this about this female who's an alpha male, he's going to try to start learning from this alpha female. Well, and then he's going to be taught like a female and be a beta male and think he's alpha, and he's not.
I got a question for you then, Diesel.
Okay.
You just said that because some other men came in and making these women act the way they act. How come us black men that supposedly be alpha males allowing that? Should us black men that's alpha males standing up?
That is my point. That's my point. These alpha,
but that's males, not happening.
Hold on, Jay Prince.
We running from it.
Hold on, Jay Prince. I'm answering your question. The problem is these males are raised by females, so they're not alpha. They think they are because the females tell them that that's who raised them. They think they are, but they're not. Any man that's going to let another man come in and brainwash him into doing something else or making them think that it was somebody else's fault for their action is not an alpha male. An alpha male can take responsibility for his mistakes and everything that he does well. Period.
I think that applies to both black men. I think that applies to the thugs, and that applies to the one that's so-called as the productive ones as well.
They can be alpha if they're willing to accept the fact that
because they both can sit there and allow them
to that place.
We got something. Okay. We got black men calling themselves passport bros and other save yourself black men. I have never seen no other race of men coming up with these titles because they running from their women. We the only race of men running from our women because
Jay Prince, it started with white men. That's not true.
Man control our women.
That's not true. It started with white men.
First, let me.
I thought you don't blame the white man, Dusto.
What'd you say?
I thought you don't live with it. Oh, the victim and libbies. Oh, I thought you don't blame the white man.
No, I didn't say I blame him. No,
it started with white men.
Let me first.
Yeah, can I talk?
Let me first interject, Jay. And Diesel, with due respect, I will say this. The only white men I see in the community are police officers. Right. I don't see white men as a whole coming into the community either dealing with black women relationship-wise and dominating the social sphere within the black community to where black men feel dejected and lesser of a man in the social environment in the community with his woman. The only place where white men can manipulate black people as a general, male and female, is through the media. And we have the ability to either read and comprehend or watch and comprehend. We have decided to swallow the pill that they gave. That's voluntary. We can't keep blaming the white man for keeping a slave when the slave chooses to be a slave.
Right.
So men who have decided whether they want to be SYSBM or MGTOW or whatever, they basically said, I'm not going to be a slave on this plantation no more. Not to the woman or to the white man. It's not my job to deprogram you. Figure your own shit out. And I think a lot of black men has said, you know what? I ain't going to try to fix you. Because trying to fix a black woman is like trying to hold a scorpion. You're only going to wind up getting stung. And I think men have found enough sense in themselves to say, no. See, the thing is, black women are going to change when they have no choice but to change. And the only way black men could do that is to put them in a position where they have no goddamn choice but to change. As long as you're sitting down, talking, negotiating, trying to figure out a way where we could come together. Like I said, I'm going to say it again because I said it a few weeks ago on a different show. But the reason why the U.S. dropped 2 bombs on Japan was not because they had to. It's because they wanted to make sure there was no negotiation on the Japanese side. You were going to accept what we were going to offer you or else. And we have to deal with the black woman the same way. They have to have no choice. And when they come to the table, there is no negotiation. Period. These are the rules, and this is what you're going to accept. And if not, then your protection and your provisioning and all the other shit that you claim, we ain't going to provide it. Fend for yourself.
Mr. Lee, can I ask you a question?
And when black men take that up, that's when the black women, and not all of them is going to see it, but the ones who will, they'll make a choice. I'd rather be with my man than be out here trying to survive on my own.
Can I
Go
ask
ahead,
you a
Dusto.
question?
Yeah, I was gonna say this, and this is the part y'all don't like hearing. The community is dead. The funeral happened about 40, 50 years ago. There is no location called the black community where there's all these men standing in front and people behind. It doesn't exist. Therefore, an individual, independent contractor like myself does not say what I'm going to do when I owe my whole soul to this fake black community, or that these women are our women. They do what they want to do. They've been given free will. Guess what? So have I. And so have a lot of top 10, 20, 30% men. So if they want to go to Brazil, Colombia, Becky's, they can do so. If these women are saying black men save us and we belong to y'all as the community, as the men's fault, they should be falling in line. There should be a wig burning ceremony. There should be great cut, and they shouldn't be coming with 2, 3 kids, 300 pounds. They said no, therefore they're on their own. So when people say control our women, they're not ours. The only women who belong to you can be your mom, your sister, your kids, your baby mom, whoever you're dealing with. They belong to you. You're responsible because they represent you. I'm single. I don't have any kids. These women, they y'all responsibility. Whoever says they for this fake community, y'all deal with it. If I marry a woman and she's black, trust me, she's going to represent well. If I marry one in another race, hey, it is what it is. But that's my decision.
You do know
Black Jack, one second. Black Jack says, one second, Diesel. It says that soft woman movement is cap. I haven't looked into it yet, but I did hear something briefly about it. And I think, there are going to be many propositions put forth. See, until the woman totally submit and say, you know what, whatever you want, black man, we're here to do. Until that statement come out of their mouth, everything else is like he says right here, is cap.
Now, Mr. Lee,
They're
though,
still looking for a way to negotiate a way in. There is no negotiations. I've got a couple people in the back chat. Let me bring them up.
Can I ask one question to Jay Prince real quick?
Go ahead, sure.
If you need space,
And
you can drop me off.
Jay, because I am about to drop off. I got to eat dinner. But JP, the reason why I came up on this chat is because I heard a statement from JP, and he said the reason why some dudes don't want these women because they be acting white. And what does that mean? What does that mean when you say?
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
No, I don't.
Because
don't get offensive. Let's just have a conversation.
The voices that they carry, their mindsets, is they like black people with a European concept.
What?
They like black people. They are black people with a European concept of the way.
What is the European concept?
The way how they view things, the way how they look at things, their civilization, their beliefs, their language, how the way they carry themselves. Even though we are black, but everything about those people is emulating from the white culture.
So
yes.
Let me ask you a question, Jay. Before you respond, Diesel, let me ask him a question. How long have black Americans been separated from Africa?
They say
400 years.
Okay, so what black culture do we have in America? Don't we have a white European culture in America?
That's what I was about to say.
As black people in America?
And that's what I was about to say. The reason why women acting like this because we don't have no culture or our own religion. Our God don't look like us, and we don't have no culture also.
But
so the culture and the God that we have looks like white. So yes, we are white folks.
But many nations come to America and they adopt the American culture too. But their women don't disrespect their men.
Because they come from
you keep making up excuse for why the women treat the black man a certain way, but for whatever reason, they pedestalize and honor the hood guy, but the accomplished man that's got money, success, achievements, and power in the society, those men are looked down upon by black women from what you have been saying.
Okay, now when you think about the black women that's in Africa and Brazil and all them other places, those men is not complaining about those black women like we are, because they got culture, they got a strong foundation that they believe in. Us over here, the culture that we got is everybody else's culture. I could wake up tomorrow and try to act like I'm a Chinese. I could adopt a Arabic culture. I could adopt a Puerto Rican culture. We don't have our own solid nothing over here.
But this is
everything that we got is hand-me-downs. All our belief system, our language, our education, everything about us is hand-me-down from another group of people. It don't have nothing to really do with us.
Go back to the statement that I made, though. Go back to the statement that I made, though. You're saying that you don't want to date them because they act white, and my thing about it is the only females that guys in the black community don't want to date are the successful ones, because those are the ones that act white. You guys want to be with the ones that still have all the kids in the neighborhood and all the kids living in projects on food stamps. Is that acting black?
Just make it clear to me. Woman that act like they're a white lady. If that's the case, I might as well get a white woman. I'm attracted to black women. I'm not attracted to no black woman that's trying to be a white woman.
But what I'm trying to understand is
one second, Diesel. So you're saying a black woman that's successful, whether she has a business or through corporate America, that speaks well and dressed well and drives a nice car, she's behaving like a white woman?
No, what I mean is, like, okay, I went on a date with this black woman. She was beautiful and everything, but I just couldn't get over to how the way she spoke. Black people got one thing about black folks. We got harmony, we got soul, we got richness in our voice, how the way we move, how the way we walk, how the way we carry ourselves. And when you call on the phone, you can tell this person is black, white, Puerto Rican, Asian. You can tell the difference.
Not
I don't
always.
want no woman that I know I'm gonna offend a lot of people because a lot of people in line with this crap. I'm strictly black woman. I miss the old black women when we get to be ourselves. We didn't have to
But
adopt another culture to be successful.
What that sounds like, what you're saying is, if the woman doesn't sound ghetto,
Exactly.
she ain't black.
That's exactly what I was
And what
getting
you're
to.
implying that black people can't speak well.
Kayla and Kate speak well. Kayla and Kate,
Excuse
they
me?
speak very well, and they don't act white. When I'm talking to them, you can tell they talk black. Kay and Kayla, they, even though a lot of people complain about them, but they never portrayed to be ghetto. Kayla come from a good background. Kay come from a good background, and they know how to speak very well. They know how to use their words very fluently, and they
Okay.
still maintain. You can still tell that they're not trying to be another culture.
So
So
Jay,
you're
shoot the
saying
shot at
you went
Taylor.
out
Then.
with,
All black women.
so
Shoot
you're
your
saying
shot.
that you went out with an educated black woman and she was acting as though she was a white woman?
Yeah, it's like when I'm talking to her as she was talking, it sounded like I'm talking to her name, like her name is Michelle or something. Like that I'm like, I had to tell her. I said this before when I came on the panel. I said, could you please stop talking like that? Because it was agitating me. I would try to hold it, but it was getting under my skin. Like, because I know it's fake. I told her, I said, we is not at no job at you. We is not at no job. This is not no interview.
We
I said we.
That's
May-
how he wanted her to
maybe
talk.
Jay,
That's how he
it
wanted
may
to talk.
be
We is
that
not in no
you're
interview. You can put that suit up for the
the
job.
way, Jay, it might be the way that you're acculturated, that you can identify with people who have a different level of enculturation.
Okay, for an
That
example.
might just be the problem.
For an example, nobody on this panel that's spoken sound like they white, but these people are very educated. Everybody that comes on these platforms, majority of them do not sound like they are Caucasian, but they do sound
Right.
educated. Educated simply means to lead people out of ignorance. When you have to go extra and beyond to talk
Well,
like,
not necessarily.
"Hey, how you
Not
doing, Mr. Lee?
necessarily.
I'm Jay Prince." Come on, man, that irks me because I know she's a black woman and she's not born talking like that.
Well, I mean, I think you have an idea of what black is for you, and you project that on anyone that you meet. And if they don't fit that idea, you would say that they're not black. Because 20 years ago, if you met me downtown New York in a suit, I like three-piece suits, so I'm always in a three-piece suit, and I have monogrammed shirts on. I'm dressed to the nines, bro. And the way I would meet you and greet you and talk to you, if it was a business encounter, would be as a professional. I wouldn't be talking like I'm in the hood, hanging out with my boys, busting a blunt. I wouldn't talk to you that way.
Okay, let me jump
And
in.
if you expect someone to talk to you that way, then you have a very myopic way of viewing black people. And you are under the impression that your idea is the standard for all black people. It's not.
Right.
Other black people may have a different standard, and when they look at you, they may say you're not black and you're the problem that's in black America. I think you should be at least open-minded to that. Jay?
Mr. Lee,
Yes, who's that speaking?
it's Alvin.
Hey, Alvin, good afternoon. Welcome to Sage Talk. I think Jay must have froze.
No, I'm not froze.
Oh, no. Okay, I'm sorry.
Well,
Mr. Lee, do you remember Kevin Samuel's last two videos? His last two videos were on the Eartha Kitt, very famous black woman who died alone. And then he did another one on another prominent actress, I forgot her name. But she was from that same era, also really beautiful, really pretty. And she was saying how she regretted everything she had done, and he didn't realize that she was the problem until it was too late. I think those were the very last shows that he did. I think those two were his best shows. But I think women have to see real life, real time examples of what happens down the road to women with those kind of mindsets. When Kevin was like, listen, you need 1.5 million to make it to the end of life after 50 or 60 years old. When a lot of these women, and I see them all the time, when they're homeless and they're in these camps, when they phase out of work age, that's when it gets real, because not everybody can go live with their nephews. Not everybody can go live with their sister. Not everybody can go live with their sons. I have people in my family to where their sons won't take care of them because they cause problems in their relationship. So the mother is out there going from house to house because, you know, people want to have relationships without having their parents involved. And you can't use your children as a retirement plan. So a lot of these, what you see nowadays, these modern women, these boss women, when they get older and they're not married, and that money runs out because they can't rap forever, they can't perform forever, they can't work these jobs that they're not going to have enough money to retire on forever. Once they see these women on the side of the road, once they see them coming out of these camps, once they see them in these homeless shelters, because it's happening now. You can see it happening now everywhere in Oakland, San Francisco, throughout the whole entire Bay Area. A lot of these women, they're not drug addicts. A lot of these women have jobs. They're not ugly. A lot of these women are pretty homeless women. But because they can't get on the same plane as a man, they're out there on the streets. And it's sad to see, because you would think like, man, why is she homeless? How come this person is like this? But they don't have to be. A lot of these women are women that you guys will talk to. I promise you. One day I might show a video or show some pictures, but not everybody that's homeless is on drugs or alcoholics. They can't afford to live on their own. And they're not even retirement age. So if you can't afford to live on your own in your 30s and 40s, then how is it going to be when you're in your 50s and 60s? I mean, a lot of our people, we suffer from, we need instant gratification. We need everything right now. We're not thinking about 20 years down the road. We're not thinking about that retirement age. We're not. So that modern woman mentality is about, let's take trips now. Let's get the money now. Let's get the bag now. But there will be no bag later. And a lot of these men that they're trashing, these 9-to-5 men that have retirement plans, that have all their ducks in order, when those men are driving by them in their nice cars and they're homeless, then they'll understand. But unfortunately, it'd be too late by then. But it's going to take something like that in order to change the mindset. And it's probably too late for the modern woman right now. Their kids are going to have to learn. They can't go live with their kids because their kids want their own life from that modern woman mentality. That's when they'll learn.
Hey, Ivan, I can 100% vouch for that, because I have a relative on my mother's side who is everything that Kevin Samuel said about what black woman is, what black woman is. You want to die alone? Hey, she's homeless. She's 70. She's stubborn. Refused to seek any attention and help in any kind. She can't live with her kids because they can't get along. She can't get along. She got kicked out, only one, lost her home and everything. She is everything what Kevin Samuel said, and you're absolutely right. And unfortunately, she's my family. We can't do anything that by law. But I've seen that right. I've actually seen it personally, 100%. I've seen the kids struggle their best to help this person have their mother, say, but refuse. But they can help, because we can't. The saying goes, we can't help nobody. Don't want to be helped. And
Exactly.
she lives in a car for
Well,
4 years.
not only that too, but the thing is, like Alvin said, the news is not focusing on these stories and reporting it.
Yeah.
So the majority of the people are not aware of how bad the situation is. And by the time it becomes publicized on the news, it's going to be in every major city in the United States.
Yeah.
And it's probably it's not going to be until we find white women in the very same predicament that are unable
Oh,
to
they're out there, Mr.
They're out
Lee.
there
I'm
too.
telling you, they're out there.
Yeah,
And I'm
Scary.
talking about
every
a
damn
lot
thing
of
out there.
these white women, and I'm talking about some of these white women are very pretty. Also, they're not drug addicts. I don't know why they're out there. You're like,
Right.
why are these people homeless? They're out there. They're just not that out there in probably the same percentage as black women, but it's getting
Right.
there. It's getting there. You're gonna start seeing. It's gonna become a massive problem soon.
Yeah, they got
It
this.
is. It is. You're
They're not
absolutely
showing
right.
the story. They're just showing another.
Yeah.
They're not showing that's happened because that's the funeral. They'll just put another 25-year-old independent woman up there and put her all on the camera and keep selling the fake dream. That's all that's happening. But just like
Let
they
me
keep
read
saying that. Oh, go ahead. Go
Let
ahead.
me read the super chat for a second. M for Maverick, thanks for the $10 super chat. What's up with some folks in our community being hung up on ignorant behavior being the standard for the black culture? And obviously, you know, that has been a prevalent problem in our community for quite some time. And change takes time to happen, but it doesn't happen without some form of pain. And I think the pain is right beneath the surface right now, especially from what Chief Cook and Alvin was citing. The pain is right beneath the surface. And soon it's going to become a sore on top of the skin of our community that's going to be prevalent everywhere,
The cancer's
but
already.
not just in our community, throughout
I
the
just
United
dislike.
States.
I gotta be for real. I just dislike when black people like that make stupid ass comments like that. Like, well, how do black people supposed to act? Y'all sitting up here, black people want all this leadership of their own kind, but yeah, you still trying to mimic what these other groups of people telling your black ass how you supposed to be, how you supposed to act to please them. We forgetting that these people civilized us. We didn't civilize them. They civilized us. They
What do you
conditioned us
mean
to
they
be what they want
civilized
us
us?
to
Hold
be.
on one second. What do you mean that they civilized us?
Because they gave us a list of rules and a list in a language and behaviors that they want us to emulate and what they want us to practice. Maybe the black people act like this because it's not in our nature. You got some that's willing to
So
submit to
what's in
that
our
crap. You got
nature?
some that don't.
What's in our nature to behave like?
Free,
Say again?
free, and to
Free?
behave like what we
Free
want
is
to
not a
behave.
behavior. Free
Okay,
is a
to
state
behave
of
like
consciousness.
to
Free
behave
is
like
not a
how we want to
behavior.
behave.
Reckless?
I feel free.
No, I'm not talking about reckless like these other races of
free.
people. Everybody else is more
No,
reckless than us.
well, let me ask you this. Like in the black community, in the heart of the black community, where you can look for any direction and you would not see a white person anywhere. What is that behavior like for us?
No different from the government.
What do you mean?
Remember,
Everything what we consider what black people doing in these
But the
communities.
government is not a community. I'm
America
talking
doesn't.
about how do we act? How do we live? Where
I don't
we are
think
left to our own demise, how do we live?
Okay, I will say we need some working on to do. I will say we need some working to do, but I don't think we should condition ourselves to be like they want us to believe in. How we supposed to operate to please to make them comfortable with us.
But I would say this, right? And you were talking about leaving a mark for the next generation or whatever, how you would like to go out. You know, both Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, and Malcolm X, one of the things that they strive to do was to unify black people as a community. And I think that is something that black people fight against. We fight more to be individuals than to be a unified community. And the things that you talk about, Jay, that you may want to see as a revolution in America could never happen because we can't unify under anything other than money.
Black people do not want
Other
to
than money.
Deal with that first.
Shout out to the individuals out there.
I think we should deal with that first.
Say again?
I think we should deal with that individuality bull crap. We should deal. I don't think black people, especially black men, call themselves leaders, we don't got no room. We not in no position to be all this relaxed and all of this individuality, all that bullshit. Because if you think about it, Miss Lee, you grew up around this time when I don't know if you was around when what's the dude name Frederick Douglass.
Not-
If he would have had that
I
mindset
wasn't
of
around his time.
okay, but
thank
you
you.
probably heard of him. If he would have adopted that individuality or the black people that fought as a collective as a whole, if they would have that individual mentality, we won't be where we at today. We would still be in bondage and whatever. It's the fight. And one thing about us black men, we do not want to fight worth a shit now. Them people fought for years. Our ancestors, black men, fought for years. They didn't believe
But
that shit was gonna get passed.
Jay, do you understand that as
Wait a
the battlefield changes, the war must shift?
But
Wait a
the
minute.
fight ain't over with though. The problem is a
I'm
lot
not
of these
saying the
black men
fight is
think the
over
fight is
with.
over with.
I'm not saying the fight is over with. I'm saying, but as the battlefield changes, the strategy and how you fight the war must also make adaptation. The problem is, like you were saying, black people aren't fighting. Black
They gave
people
up.
are living an individualistic mindset where nobody can hold each other accountable, black man to black man, and specifically black man to black woman.
Except for
And
black
what I'm saying is,
people
as
do not
much
want
as
to
you
be
try to make an argument whereby we should be looking to attack or protect from the white man, I would like to see you more focused on what you just said, tearing down that individualistic mindset, because that's a Pookie mindset.
I know that's Dusto talking about the individuality. I'm thinking about a unit. God created the tower.
Shout
The
out to the
Tower of
individual
Babel. The Tower of
creator.
Babel is a split. It's symbolic to the unity of black men building when they come together as a
The
unit.
Tower of Babel is the symbol of wickedness. What the hell are you talking about, bro?
No, I'm going to the original belief.
I mean, if you
the
know the
original,
story.
Yeah, I'm going to because it's really pronounced. It's really called the Tower of Zoger, and I'm going to the original Egyptian beliefs. What the Tower of Babel comes from Christianity beliefs and what they
No, it
twist and
doesn't.
they
It
put
comes
on
from the
there.
Hebrews.
Yeah,
See,
what they put on there.
what you're thinking, you're equating theology with the history of a people. See, what's in the Bible is the history of a people. Theology is a doctrine that was laid on top of it to be taught as a doctrine or religion as we accept it today. That's different. They could have did that with the Egyptian ideology as well, or with Taoism, or with Buddhism. They could have did that with any, but they chose Christianity to do it with, right? I mean, they chose the Hebrew scriptures to do that with. But my point is that the only way you can move a society or a community to do anything is there must first find commonality amongst one another to be unified.
like I said earlier.
And making the argument that we got to go fight the white man, we can't even organize as a community with black men and black women. How are we going to fight and take down people who are organized with an infrastructure that goes back at least 5 centuries in this region?
like I said
That's
earlier,
not realistic.
people do not want to be independent. And that's period right there. And when JLK, before he killed him, said this, before they were trying to push welfare and food stamps, I do not want oppressed people depending on the oppressed government. We have a problem about being independent self-government because we are afraid of it. We are afraid of it. We're afraid of it because we don't got no one. If we fall on our face. We ain't got no one person to blame. That's why, and that's damn true.
Well,
people.
I think.
Go ahead.
I think in actuality, not to cut you off, I apologize.
People, generation after generation, depend on federal government for everything. You got people who are afraid of need government permission, walk out the damn door in their own house. And they're scared of it. They're scared of it, and they're fear of it. They fear that if I go 100 feet forward, I'm gonna move 1,000 feet back, and that's exactly what's going on today. And nothing's gonna change that. We cannot be afraid to move forward. We cannot be afraid, but some people are, and we got too many gatekeepers keeping up a whole gate up. People walk through that gate.
Well,
Hey, Chief Cook, I had a
Nat,
question for you. Well,
one
go ahead,
second.
Dave. Go ahead.
Nat P, I'd like to welcome you to the panel. Good afternoon, sir. I'd like for you to first comment on the question as to whether or not there is such a thing as an alpha female. And secondly, what would be your best alpha trait as a man? And let me first quote this, recognize this super chat, James Skinner, Senior Pookie. Who are you set the standards? Who are you to set the standards of what a black person, I guess, should be? If you are the standard, I am not black. I bow out gracefully. Okay. Let's try to keep the super chat respectful to the people on the panel. I mean, you could be as direct or as open-minded as you would like to be, but let's try to keep our words with respect to one another. This is a male space, right? And as men, we should be able to deal with hard criticisms. But what I don't like is how, as black people and men, we think insulting one another is cool. I don't like that. I don't want that on Sage Talk. I'm trying to communicate with men at a different level where men could share their points, their opinions, their differences in ideas, but let it be on what they have to say with value and respect from one black man to another, as opposed to degrading one black man over another. That's crab barrel mentality when we attack one another for the differences of opinion. I try not to do that. And if I do it, call me on it. Don't let me get away with that. But definitely when I see it, I'm going to call it out as well. I appreciate the contribution, but let's be respectful as well in the process. Nate P, welcome. Thanks.
Yo, how you doing, Brother Sage?
Doing
How
well.
you doing? All right.
Doing good.
I enjoy the conversation. As a young man, in my junior high school years, I was referred to as a Pookie. I thought it was hilarious for a little time. But they did also call me Big Bouncer because I would not let anyone in the vicinity of our area speak abusively or do things that I did not agree with. And I was always quiet, solid, kept to myself. You know, I saw no females around that were adjacent to my upbringing. You know what I mean? So my dad was a blind man who who had very strong opinions. You know, he was a part of a group who was radicalized, and he had very strong teachings. And you know, he brought me to barbershops and all kind of places, and they had radicalized opinions about life that I did not see in totality until I saw this guy named Kevin Samuels, and I'm like, he 50% of the time looked like my dad. You know, I mean, you know, a man's man. So when I saw it, I wanted to send it to my mom, but I was like, she might feel like I was ostracizing her. So I didn't do that. You know, I kept it to myself. You know, so when I see these YouTube streets, I enjoy them. You know, all of the camaraderie, the strong opinions and points of view. You know, I appreciate it. Now, this is my first time actually coming on camera, but I stay in these chats all over. But my wife, when she see this, she saw me put the camera up. She put her headphones on, and she was like, "Oh Lord," you know, like, he finna talk to somebody, and I'm like, because I've been strong for a very long time. Like my high school, and I've been moved around so long and so much between so many schools, between elementary and high school, and expulsions, and going through the the mud. I'm a plumber. That's why my name is Nat P lays the pipe, because I get it out the mud. I'm from the South. I'm from New Orleans.
In this space, they might take that the wrong way when you start talking about laying pipe.
I do not care. I love it. It's look what Wayne said, who I do not agree with when I listen to his songs. I love to be misunderstood. I appreciate when people misunderstand, because it opens a conversation. And I love to have a conversation, especially when I'm misunderstood.
Let me ask you a question. With regard to the topic, is there such a thing as an alpha female, as far as your experience with women and knowing about life has taught you?
You know what? Me personally, alpha females are rare, but understandably, they do not matter when it comes to a man. They matter when it comes to.
One second, slow down. When you say an alpha female, can you describe what that looks like?
Alpha female is one who does not agree or stick to the social construct of what other women feel.
So what construct does she go to?
She goes to, I don't get along with females because I'm so strong that women are beneath me, and I tend to like to talk to males because I understand them, but they really don't. They really don't. When you actually have conversations, it's very intellectual conversation.
One second, let me kind of follow you. So you're saying an alpha female does not get along with other female, but get along with other males?
For very limited time. Yes, they get along, but for a very minute time. They can't keep it up. It's an act.
So do they have male behavior?
Oh,
masculine behavior?
Most definitely.
Okay.
And they're able to disguise it. They cannot keep it up amongst other females and stay in that place.
So then that's a female that is pretending to be a male.
Well, she doesn't
in
even
the sense
know.
In the sense of the traits and qualities that she admire and project are male centric traits and not female centric traits. Is that what you're saying?
She was raised by her mom. Her mom was an alpha female. And Big Mama told her a man is only good for providing. And even if that Big Mama is on her deathbed telling you, I was wrong, it does not matter. It's over. The rest of the projection is going to go forward. They're going to move how they want to move.
So are you saying then that the outlook near term and long term for the Black community per se, and I know Dusto don't agree to that statement, but I will use it for the basis of this question, that there is no hope?
I'm never going to say that out loud. No, I can't say that.
So you are hopeful in the very thing that you project, that for the next generations, like you just said, is lost.
No, I'm not. I'm hopeful that there are going to be pockets of information and people who are going to be able to reach individuals so that we can move forward. And that is optimism. in love.
Like I was saying to Jay Prince before he dropped down, how could we as a people move in any type of certainty in the society as individuals when all the other groups of immigrant that come to America don't move as individuals? They move as a group of people, and they're achieving and succeeding and climbing past us like the road runner who used to run past that coyote.
I can answer that question.
Go ahead. Yes.
So there's options. There's 3 levels. There's individual, there's small network, then there's community. This ain't no community. If you go over there, you might die. They want handouts, free stuff, and enabling bad behavior. Run with them if you want to. They're going to take your money, your time, your resources, and you're going to mess around and be wearing a dress or a wig. So those who believe in community, go on over there. Align with those people. Go for it. Or you can align with a network where it's just you and some other peers who think like you do. So I'm not necessarily individual. I'm more for the small network thing. I got people who are decent. We rock together. We can do some things.
Okay.
But the community is failing. So if you align with the failing, you're going to sink just like the Titanic. It actually sunk 20 years ago. And there's people, I don't know how they breathing. Maybe because they weigh 400 pounds and they floating to the top. But what are you going to align with over there? They don't even own the property. Where's the location of the black community? It's somewhere where other races own the property, own all the money, take the money. They don't want the resources, don't respect the people. They don't follow hierarchy. They ain't on time. All this other stuff. That
Hey,
ain't
Chief
me.
Cook,
I ain't aligning with.
maintain your camera or drop down.
He's running for the community right now.
Okay, let me recognize this.
Why would you align with this?
1 second. BZ formerly Baby Zaddy. Thanks for the $5 super chat. We're not about to slide past the fact that JP said Sage and Frederick Douglass were homies.
I missed that.
That was funny, though. I will say that was funny. But you know, back in the day, they used to call me the Ancient One. So, hey, you know, my age is without number. What can I tell you?
Yeah, but community is done. Do not align with the Nation of Wigwam. There's nothing over there for you. Nation of Wigwam is 50,000 baby mamas deep. Don't do it. Run. That's all I got.
What? Let me add something to this. You know, back in the day, the power we had in black church. That was the heart and soul of the black community.
Oh, the black church.
Yeah, look at it now.
Oh,
Nothing.
But really, was the black church really the community, or it was just
together? We call we help each other out.
There was something left when I was growing up.
Yeah.
In the 80s, we still had something left before the pastor started knocking off the people's wives, and it was something left. Then in the 90s, they wouldn't stop doing it. By the 2000s, the homosexuality and pandering and all the Ponzi schemes with the money. Yeah. Now it's done.
Exactly. Take words out right in my mouth. Exactly.
There was something left in the 80s, though, when I was growing up.
You wonder why, like I said, one thing out there I was complaining about black church is where are all the men at? Men not in church anymore like when I was growing up.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Well, if they were complaining about that when you were growing up, Chief Cook,
yeah,
I'm assuming that you're from the 70s and the 80s, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So even then, there was no real black church.
No,
see, the thing is, the black church, from what I can see, the black church was somewhat of a figurehead in the black community, but it wasn't never there to uplift and build a community.
Right.
We sang good and we danced good.
Right.
And we profess well.
Right.
But as a structural building block for the community, they didn't really do that. Exactly. Because they didn't push ownership. The church made enough money to be able to buy the buildings in the community.
Right.
The church made enough money for there to be black daycare centers in the community. The church built enough money for us to have private black schools that were charter schools. The church have always made enough money off of black people.
Right.
They just never did anything for black people.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yes.
You know, we were a strong church back in the day. Now, it's, no, it's all about the cheese now. It's all about the money. You know, and now he's scared of, out the alphabet people coming in. You can't say that word no more because you get counseled, stuff like that. It's gone. It's gone. I mean, the biggest guy back in the THH, you can't say that word no more. All the other people can say the word of alphabet people no more. You can't say that. If that word is sin, no, they won't say it. They scared to death of it. I church, I used to go to say it, can't say it no more. Oh yeah, we sit there and there was a choir and this and that and where just, but now you can't say that no more. They scared to death of it. But yet, they can't even talk about. I was growing up strong family, father in the home, mother in the home, working together. Now, it's nothing. We used to have no dates back date outs, or they have dates family like this. Now you don't see no more. How many weddings have we seen in black church? How many black church? How many people in your family got married? So it's gone. And going back to something about alpha male like this, I dated principal. Okay, assistant principal. My uniform out.
You dated a principal? That's what you said? Okay, go ahead.
Female principal. And I went in my uniform. I showed authority in my uniform. And we did. As soon as I took that uniform off, everything, I'm natural right there. When you talk about Mr. Talking about earlier, that alpha female stepped in. Every time we get an argument, I'm talking. I said, look, I'm not one of your kids. I'm not so like you said, right? It's passed down from mom and mom. So you got to have that authority over people. But even though I'm 5 years older than her, and I'm wearing a peace uniform, I represent authority, and I represent the city. As soon as I oh no, still under me.
So every time you needed to have a conversation, you had to go put your uniform and your badge on?
Exactly, because she's
And I think that's emblematic, because that goes to the heart of the problem, which I think lies in the depth of respect.
Right.
That in the heart and minds of most black women, they don't really respect black men.
Right.
And respect is something that at some point you have to draw a line in the sand. If you don't draw a line in the sand, the people who disrespect you are going to continue to disrespect you.
Right.
And I think as a group of men, black men, and obviously, the most successful men who have the options to dictate, they will have to exercise those options to dictate what it is that they want without question. Because the simps are not going to change until the female change. When the female change, the simp will change. He has no choice because that's their leader, right? They do what they do to get the favors of women. Chief Cook, I need to maintain your camera, please. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Fly that way. So I'm talking so much to the flying her. But I'm
Yeah, I understand.
How this all happened. I was watching this TV series, Whitey Last Man. And the series what happened was a Soviet-like plague killed all the men, all the men. So now all the women run everything. They all talk about women running, so they finally run everything. No men, only men are still living are the little beta male, 5'3", 5'2" little male. They run around and scared to death of them. And you got alpha, and all they show is beta females. Alpha females run everything.
But they're beta males that are 6'4" too.
Yeah, 6 foot, but
Okay.
That's true.
everybody's five something, and all the female is in control, everything. So the president is female, everything. The whole country is falling apart. They had no power, no nothing, and they panicking. And you see all the females thinking, we're all the males. And all one male we had the gene that actually save all the males. It's a little beta male running around the damn man's mouth. And they got and this is what he's showing. Today.
What movie is this?
It's called White Last Man. It's on Hulu. And you'll see what I'm talking about. You just watch the series, you'll see it's just stupid.
So this is emblematic of what?
But it's showing that they're trying to promote more alpha females. That yes, you can run things without no male, but when you see a show, you can see they can.
Well, I think in Ukraine, they're finding out real fast that there's no alpha female in the Ukraine.
Right.
Because the Russians are going to bomb the hell out of them.
No, it's out. No, the whole planet. The whole planet. All males are dead. Only the beta males, because some beta males have.
Well, a beta male is still a male.
Yeah,
you can't say all males are dead. All the alphas are dead.
Yeah, but they still had
well, you know, that's that type of a society. We have to understand those are fictional ideas, right? And I think the big problem for us as a people is that we have bought in so much to the fictional ideas that the media has promoted. These are the things that are corruptible for our society. And it seems that of all the different immigrants that come to America, we are the most susceptible to the programming.
Yeah, because we've been walked over since the day we got here, and we still been walked over. And like I said earlier.
But if anything, we should know them better than anyone else. We should be up on game. Yeah. We use these terms. We created these terms about being up on game, but we behave as though we have no concept of the game.
Exactly. Like I said earlier, no one don't be interfering in such a thing that you're scared of it, we're afraid of it. We got other, like you said earlier, we got other people come over here passing us by. We got LGBT bombing with stuff. You know, we just like you black people struggling, but yet, they don't want us to have the strong family at home, the strong nuclear family, and everything. And we sitting there like a frog on a log. We are not united, and that's why we got all these people passing us by. How the hell 5 years ago, okay, I've been people with nothing now, look at it now. They just, we are not strong enough to come together. Cancer spread, and there's no cure for it.
So the body is going to die at some point.
Yeah.
And like Dusto said, Dusto got his parachute and he's jumping off the plane.
Exactly. I mean, we had,
okay.
I give you an example. We had 8 years of Obama. When the last time Obama said anything about strong family, black family? He said there a lot. He didn't promote there a lot. He didn't say he didn't help us, get that strong independence in the family.
Well, I do hear the term, but usually when it's said, it pertains to a black woman and her children.
Exactly.
There's never a man in the presence, right? So
they don't want that because they're scared of it. They're scared of the back plan. A man he had a house anymore. They are terrified of it.
Okay, 1 second. Let me read this from Me University.
Oh, go ahead.
Thanks, $10 super chat. He is partially correct. The alpha female is my mom. Had maids grown up, fought off carjackers, accepts men's ways, lead only females that ask, pick hair out of dog's butt, no cry serves, hubby.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, Hank, are you ready?
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir.
Right.
Hey, good afternoon, Hank. Well, welcome to Sage Talk as usual. The topic today is there such a thing as an alpha female?
Damn. Man, unfortunately, yeah, they are.
Okay, if you say yes, tell me, what does that look like? What does an alpha female look like?
I don't see the difference between an alpha female and the boss bitch. I don't see the difference between them. To me, they seem like they one and the same.
Okay.
I mean, that's just my opinion. They just seem like they one and the same. They both got pretty much the same mindset. Now, I think the alpha female is probably more. She seemed like she might be more demeaning to her man if she has one, and one who doesn't respect a man. I believe a boss bitch is the first one to sit there and say, you know, even if I got a man, I really don't need him. I just need him for some dick here and there. You know, I could get whatever I need because I'll make my money. You know, I got my bag, I got my degree. So that's just my perspective on the situation.
Well, the thing that I was proposing that if there is such a thing, and I'm not saying that there is, but if there is such a term as an alpha female, she would have to represent the highest of female qualities, not a female that have adopted male traits. Because what you just said with regard to a boss bitch, that's a person who have adapted male traits and behave more like a masculine man than a feminine female woman. So in actuality, either there is no such thing as an alpha female, or if it is, we haven't seen one in our lifetime. Because where do we find women that are so feminine that just the way they move and talk,
look in the school system,
could make men submit to them?
They got something out there, man. You have to search far and wide.
I'm not talking about whorish behavior.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of women who can use the desires of a man wanting to have sex with her to persuade him to do for her. But I'm talking about a woman that is so feminine that a man would give and do anything to be with that woman, not just to have sex with her, but for that woman to be his woman, period. A woman that can walk into a room and every man's jaw would just drop.
But you know something, Lee? If you're looking for a woman like that, she's got to be at least 40 or over.
She got to be at least what?
40 years old or older.
See, and that's the thing. A woman like that couldn't be single. See, a true alpha female would have such strong feminine nature about her that by the time she was 19, 20, some rich man would have snatched her a long time ago.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this question, okay?
If an alpha female is single, she's not alpha. She's just a wolf in sheep's clothing. She's a man with a pussy.
Well, we got those out there too, Lee.
Okay.
Well, yeah, you got a point there. You got a point there. They got some of those too. Okay, let me read this super chat. Michael Newell, thanks for the $20 super chat. Continuing, we really don't want to win or catch up because of these mindset. There's no alpha female. Alpha thought is leadership, self-control, and each one teach one. Information should be free from black men to win. Well, the information is free, but the will to take it is not so free. Many men are resistive to change, to new information. Men reject that. And men tend to want to pre-qualify who they will accept as their teachers. Teachers are not always pre-qualified.
Yeah, but
teachers show up when there's a need. And you either accept the lesson or you don't. And those who don't suffer the consequences of whatever comes next, right? Society-wise.
Who's majority of them are teachers are? Are they male or female? Are they black male?
Say again?
In teaching, who's the majority of the teacher system?
From the teaching standpoint, I'm referring to men because men. No, I'm referring to men because men are the leaders of any society. Even though it's broken down in our society, men are still the leaders. And we are still held responsible
but in the school system, who runs the school system, the male or female?
Question for Sage.
Yeah.
How do you blame men that aren't there?
How do you
And if
what?
men are okay, a lot of your top 10, 20% men said, you know what, we're done. Like either divesting, either throwing it in, or going independent. How are they responsible for a community that doesn't have their name on it? They don't live, they don't participate in. How are
Well,
they
I'm not
responsible?
saying that they bear the responsibility. I think, and matter of fact, you've been around Sage Talk for some while. I
Mm-hmm.
did a show on the top 20% of men leaving the community, what that would look like. And I agree with that. I think that men who have options should exercise their options. And it seems as though there is a cohesiveness among a certain group of men that are saying, you know what? We are not going to tolerate this behavior. We're taking our money, our resources, and we're going elsewhere to choose women that are best for us.
As
And
they
I
should.
think and I think that the immediate reaction that we're seeing is what is expected. First, the insults, some kind of degrading, then kind of like wave you on like you don't really matter. But it's no different than an addict when they're coming off of a particular addictive drugs. Their body will go through certain uh, responses until it's the drug is out of their system. Then they become clear minded. Then they realize that, oh shit, I've been on drugs all this time, and look at the havoc that I've left behind in terms of my family and my own life. So I think it's not really going to be until the community, particularly with black women, where that vacancy of quality black men is no longer there and the resources of those men are no longer there, that they will see the effects of that and possibly look to make a change. That's going to take some time. By 2028, 2030, if this movement continue, and one master teacher said yesterday, he wants to get 1 million black men with passports. He's the new Farrakhan, I guess. But if you get 1 million black men with passports leaving America in the next decade, that's going to be a problem. But yeah, Dusto, you're absolutely right. They're not responsible for what was done before their time.
That's not right, bro. Yeah, we can't get men all together to have another man march, bro. How the hell we got
You need
million
to
men?
speak closer to the mic
Yeah,
because
I
you're
ain't marching in that, bro. I'm not.
I'm just saying, how the
It's
hell?
really gonna be. Why would I march in a Million Man March and 500,000 of them are simps, 250,000 are betas? I ain't marching with them.
Exactly. So we can't
well,
get
the thing is when an army is not an army full of alphas, okay? Let's understand the men are provided in the earth to do different things. And whether you're beta or alpha or anywhere in between that, you're a functional man that is capable in society. The thing is where there's proper leadership, men fill in their slots and they do what is necessary for the broader society, city, country, nation, whatever. I think what is void in our community, particularly, is leadership.
we ain't
But to get leadership, it requires a certain level of authority. And right now, as the laws are structured in the United States, it really has tied men's hand, not just black men, but men's hand from really exercising direction over their communities or their families for that matter. A
exactly.
woman can marry a man that's worth $1 billion and leave him tomorrow, take half his shit and take his kids, and he doesn't have the power to do anything. There was a time in the world where no woman could do that. But
Exactly.
men have set women up in that position to be able to do that. And the men who exercise those authorities, judges and lawyers, are mostly men.
Yeah.
Men are doing these things.
Someone working in law enforcement, I can tell you this, and all them scared and terrified to change their damn law because they scared what mother and national organization, white women, and all them other feminine groups jump on them. You're absolutely right. They're terrified to change the damn law. You know how many times I've seen men who go to court, the kid no, don't even know, still have the paper, 99.9. I'm not the father of the kid, and then you can see the kid is always like that. and we got a question. He still got paid, and no one changing that damn law. No one for either party. Nothing. And they tried it for years. They tried it in Bush, but they scared to death of it. They're afraid of it.
Well, and that's going to be one of the reasons why the birth rate in America is going to go down and continue, because men with sense, men who make themselves economically viable in the society, they're going to be like, look, I got to get out this place. I got to make a different option. I got to go to a country where the laws favor me,
But that's not gonna happen.
where at least I have an equal footing. At least if you want to have family or legacy in that way, right?
Country.
Yeah, Sage.
Country. What
Yeah.
country is equal law? There isn't.
Yeah.
Not in
Yeah,
England.
Sage. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
No,
Go ahead, Chief.
or any other country we can all run to and say we get the same equal right as men. You're not gonna find it. Because you're looking at us, this country, a model of it. Every country here is
Well, it's
model.
not. See,
What
the
we
thing
doing?
is, having equal rights under law, I don't have a problem with a woman having equal rights under law. The thing is in the execution of the law, the woman is always viewed as always right, and the man is viewed as always wrong when it's a family situation. There is no equity where
Yeah,
it can be evaluated and then weighted and decide who should be the parent, the primary parent, and even what type of provisions should be made for children in
yeah,
those cases. Most of the time, what happens is that the woman is automatically given the custody of the children,
yes. And like I said earlier,
and
no one is
like Tyrese just got sanctioned with $10,000 a month for child support. There's no child that needs $10,000 a month. That is ridiculous.
exactly.
It doesn't
And like
matter how much money the man has, because she didn't qualify for any spousal support. She wasn't with the man long enough to do that.
yeah, and we still got these
So the
laws.
laws are just not the
They
laws
go
are not.
walk around and point finger at anyone else right here and say you the baby daddy, and I have to go arrest one of y'all, regardless of what. Even though the paper says no, he's not. Regardless of what, we got to go on her word until this day, and nobody has a pause to change damn law. They're scared to death of
Well, I mean,
it. Federal,
the
state,
laws will change when the society decides they're no longer valuable. Until
they're
then,
not
they'll
going to
remain the same.
they're not
It
gonna
was the
do that.
society that caused the change to come about that we have now. And those laws will change when society changes and deem that they're no longer worthy. Meaning
Now,
that as the society starts to fall apart and there are no men to do nothing, women will call for the change, not men. Women will call for the change
they're not going to
because
happen.
women are selfish creatures. There's some things that they like to have. And most of what they get from men.
Dustin, what's wrong with your cousin?
You talking about? Nah, ain't my family. They from Louisville. They ain't from Virginia.
Oh, okay. Hey, just to let you know, you know I'm always here to support you, even though I always catch you at the tail end. You know I got
Yeah, you
nothing left,
always
my
do.
brother.
Yeah, matter of fact, we're coming up on 6 hours. Let's go ahead and shut it down.
I'm going to say something real
Final
quick.
thoughts or straight shut down?
No. Well, final thoughts. Absolutely. Final thoughts.
Men, I'll go first.
Sure.
Men, these women have committed themselves to the nation of Wigwam. Do not take your time, energy, and money and resources to fund the nation of Wigwam. My brother Hink, Assalamu Wigga,
Assalamu alaikum, my brother.
a Wiggum Salam. That's
Yes,
all I got.
Thank you for those words of wisdom. Chief Cook, why don't you go ahead and give us your final thoughts?
First of all, people talking about my voice. I was a cop for many years and I lost my hearing. That's why I talk different. My hearing.
Okay.
So that's why I
Just speak more direct towards the mic so that way we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes it happens because in that grand authority, I'm trying to speak better because I just get like a cop and I'm like, only thing I can say is, it's not going to change unless something serious happens to make it change. And to that change. No, when we had when Roe versus Wade changed, that was shocking. So we need something like that, a strong kick like that to make that change. And to that happen.
Are you still active right now, or are you retired?
Well, I'm retired. I used to be in the reserve a couple years ago, and I still do have I work county and police department when I can. We are
Okay.
fortunate. So I do
Well,
have,
I think, through your career, you definitely have got a close-up perspective as to the damage that's in our society and the Black community. So you can speak to that. Like you said, obviously there needs to be a change, and there will be some type of catastrophe that will lead that to happen, because that's how life is. Life goes in circles. Nate P., give us your final thoughts.
All right. Well, I appreciate the chat ninjas. It's been very, 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 very entertaining. It's wonderful. This is my first time coming out of the chat. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate it. I always like to do my what you call it? I like the definitions of things, and so we
Keep you coming ready, huh?
always looking things up. You know what I mean? I want knowledge. I want information. I want everybody to search deep within their hearts, within their minds, within their understanding, to grow as an individual. You know what I mean? So we can lead those who we have underneath us, who we who are building a foundation for. You know what I'm saying? So if we want leaders, we have to be willing to listen, to follow, and then at some point in time, take charge, right? I got 3 sons right now. I would like to know what the world has to offer for them. I would like to show them the many different aspects of this world that they can leave alone or pay attention to. So, without saying a prayer, nothing like that, y'all would be cool. Much peace, love, and soul.
Thank you very much. Okay, Hank.
Well, Lee, I'm gonna tell these men, man, hey, black men, protect yourself at all times. Do what you have to do. And if that means you have to diverse from the black woman, so be it. I don't blame you. Lee, I'm all for black love. I think it's a beautiful thing. But in 2022, I can't fault my son for if he decided he want to date somebody outside the race. If they gonna treat him right, they gonna love him and do right by him, then you get with that woman. So I tell any man out there, if that's what you have to do, you do it. But I'm loyal to the sister to the end, though, Mr. Lee. So I still got a little faith in him. I ain't gonna leave just yet. I got my passport, but I ain't gonna use it just yet for that situation. You understand what I'm saying?
You're waiting until that last minute before you jump out the plane with your parachute, huh?
Yes, I am. I'm hoping.
Trying to hold it
I'm
down.
hoping we can regard this plane and land it properly. But if I have to bail, I bail because I'm gonna exercise all my options.
Absolutely.
Thank
Well,
you, Mr. Lee, for having
it's
me.
funny. You're
Go
right,
ahead. I'm sorry.
because no, I was going to say you're right. I think the reason why these spaces is doing so well is because black men wants to save black people and black women, and they want black love. But they're telling the woman what we find that are problematic and what we want and what needs to change. Hopefully a good majority of the women will in time make the changes necessary. I don't want to hear the talk. I just want to see the shift. I want to see the behavior change in mass, not one individual person there and one individual person here. Because, if there are 100 snakes and 50 of them are poisonous, and you're not a snake specialist, you're not going to stick your hand to find out which one is not. And I think sometimes in the community, you know, when we say things like, well, you chose wrong, you should have chose better, you don't know what the person will do 10 years out in the future, 5 years out in the future.
That's true.
The behavior that caused you to make the choice in marrying that person was what you saw before you, and that was worthy. But years down the line, women say all the time, people change, people change, people change. No. When you make a commitment, when you make a pledge, when you make a promise, you keep it. People grow, yes. And people mature, yes. But as you grow up, you're supposed to be more mature in the understanding and the commitment that you made, and you should honor it, both men and women. So we should have more respect towards one another in that way. But before we shut down, I see another brother came up in the back chat. Let me bring him up just for a quick second before I close out the show. Hey, Michael, that one Mike, how are you? Welcome to Sage Talk.
I'm good. I've been on before, Sage, maybe about a month ago when you first started off.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. How you doing?
I'm good. I can't complain, man. I appreciate the show, man. Like a big old Uncle Sage to me, man. I appreciate that. Hey, Hank, keep lying to them hoes.
You better lie to these folks because they will be honest with your ass. I promise you that.
Now, I was doing one of my property doing a little rehab so I can get it sold. But I had sent 2 super chats, Mr. Sage. Just wanted to expound on us growing a little faster and getting ahead quicker. Some of the black men that's really ahead and winning already, that's already up, you know what I'm saying, including maybe myself. I'm not a millionaire, nothing like that, though, but I'm doing my best I can. I like to give all the information I have for free. So the ones that don't know what I know, I can pass it along. So each one teach one theory, Mr. Sage. You might know something about that. You're older than I am. So I found that we mostly charge for information instead of giving it away for free. I think that we change that, we can advance the black man a lot faster than what we're doing now. Like if I know something that maybe you guys don't know, I run maybe a Patreon or run a class where you got to pay so much amount of money to get into that class instead of just doing it for free. If we do it for free, we can pass it on fast. We all going to advance quicker. You know.
No, but you know what? I will say this, that people don't value things that are given freely. And black people specifically, because as a people, we prefer to buy the most expensive thing as opposed to the most valued thing, because everything that's expensive is not always the best. But it's in our nature. It's a thing that we do, that we prefer to pay a lot for things. That gives it some type of value to us that we can afford it. And I think that information that people get for free, they don't value it. If they have to pay to get, why do you think black women say that they're the most educated? Because they have to go to school and pay those colleges to get their education. And that's why they value it.
Okay. So go back to the old fan.
Right. They don't go to the free colleges. They go
we know
to
the price of everything, but the value of nothing.
Absolutely. And the thing is that your time as a professional, whatever your skill is, has a value. And you should charge for it. Doesn't mean you got to charge a lot, but you set the price that you want to set, that you believe it's valued at. And the people who want to learn it will pay because they see the value. Starbucks don't have the most expensive coffee because why? They all get their coffee beans from Guatemala, Colombia, Honduras, India. They get it from all the very same places, the same coffee, the same bean. Why some places the coffee costs more than others? Packaging and value. They're selling a value, and you pay for that value because you believe it's worth it. The guy that's handing out free coffee on the corner got the same coffee in Starbucks, but you think it's cheap.
So it's a mindset.
It's a mindset. Absolutely.
how do we alter that a little bit then? Because so we kind of behind so much. I'm just curious, how do we alter that? By me being a football coach, basketball coach, deal with the kids all the time, like I'm big on trying to tweak the mindset, not really change it. If I can just tweak it a little bit, because I know everybody gonna be able to come along with us, so I know that. But how do we just tweak it a little bit, you know?
Well, obviously,
Well,
you
I
have
think you're in the
to.
right.
Go ahead, Hank.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say I think you're in the right area as far as the kids that you're dealing with, because these grown ass men and women, you're not gonna change them. They pretty much all set in the ways. You know, they leave them for dead. Because like we always say, everybody's not gonna make it. But the future, them kids, those are the ones you need to reach and teach. And if you can, like you said, adjust, or you can flat out change some of those mindsets. Some of these kids' mindsets really need to be changed because they got shitty parents. We all know that. So if you're able to reach them and change them, maybe they can not only influence them, but they can influence their parents. Because you can always learn something from a child.
Always.
Well, what I would say is that, sports is a very good way of recruiting the respect of young people, young men, particularly young boys. But I think you need to offer them, you got to show them a perspective and something about life that is different than what they're familiar with, than what they know. Show them something outside the box of what's common to them. And I think one of the ways in which you want to try to reach young men like that is the value of delayed gratification. Because delayed gratification is you sacrifice now to get something later. Athletes know that. They play and train very hard for a segment of their youth to at some day when they become a young man, they're getting out of high school or getting out of college, they can get that professional contract. So they're sacrificing a portion of their life there. But for those who won't make it, because, and you can be honest with them, all of you are not going to become a pro. 1 in 1,000 of you are going to make it to the pro. So the other 999, let me show you what other options are here in society where you can make $1 million a year for 50 years, as opposed to get a contract for $100 million for 10 years. And by the time you finish your contract, some chick who married you, divorced you, took your money. Some financial manager who was slicker than you took the other half of your money. And now because you're so banged up and injured, the doctors are going to take the rest of your money.
Longevity.
So longevity, the long game, how to win, be in good shape, and live a high quality life at the same time.
Uncle Lee, you said it again, boy.
Say again?
Hey,
Uncle Lee, you said it again, man.
that's why I check in every Sunday, regardless if I'm busy.
I try to, but I always be late, man. I always be late when I check in. I'll be in the back chat for hours and hours and hours showing my dedication, but it's all good. I still support.
Hey, but
Absolutely.
even if you don't come up, watch.
Always watch.
Always
watch.
Ladies, yeah.
When he first started, I've been on his bubble since he first started. I'm always gonna support that man.
Okay,
he might one of my uncles, so I gotta support the mind state in the conversation, so I appreciate that. And it's stimulating to me too, so it's a little entertaining and stimulating,
That was part of my intro today, that I wanted to have a little conversation about the support that all you guys have been giving me, because, when JR asked me to do this, I was laughing to myself. I'm like, I'm not going to last a month on this channel. I didn't think an old dude like me would really be stimulating to a lot of young people.
You're a breath of fresh air, man.
Yeah, appreciate it. But you guys have supported the channel. You support the network. You guys are here every week. And you're open to the things and my perspectives. So I truly appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Much appreciated. I sent a couple super chats too, though. I didn't get a chance to read them yet, but it's okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let me scroll back and see. Hold on one second. Yeah. Still trying to figure out all of these.
Oh no, don't worry about it. I'll send some more next week. It's all good.
I
It's all with
appreciate it. Keep
support.
it
It's
up.
all with support anyway. It ain't meant to be red. It's all with support, Mr. Lee. You know what I'm saying? It ain't
No,
about
but
that.
I want to I definitely want to recognize individuals like yourself who participate in the chat and contribute. Because like I said, right, if you're providing a service, contributions, you should show your respect by contributing. And like you contribute to the chat, if you've got skills that you want to be able to teach and pass on to others, you should be able to charge for that, or at least get some nominal compensation for the work that you do. Because one, it shows appreciation, but two, it allows you to be able to possibly package and be able to deliver whatever it is that you're delivering your service on a higher level as well. And to be able to maybe give to those who may not be able to afford it all, right? So there are multiple ways in which our contribution can go towards bettering the lives of many others. And I think as Black people, we always like either the 5-finger discount or the homie discount. And we got to get off that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the 5 fingers where you slide out the store, you know.
Oh, yeah, I already know. The quick hand, the hand faster than the eye. You know what they say.
Yeah.
Mr. Lee, you know how some of your cousins are.
Hey, it's in the family, baby. What can I tell you?
I know, that's right.
Thank you
I'm
again,
gonna catch
guys.
you soon, Hank. I'm on the beard. I'm trying to get there, man. I'm letting it grow out a little bit.
Come on, join the club,
Hank
big brother.
inspired me. Hank and
I got about 7 years to catch you, though.
Try to throw mine back in.
Come on, hey, say, Miss Lee, you can do it too. Come on with us. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I can do it. I can do it. I
Great
just have to
baby.
let it go for a minute.
Hey, let it go, baby. Show that wisdom, baby.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Well,
Okay,
once again,
thanks,
Miss Lee,
guys.
thanks for having me, man. I appreciate
Hey,
it.
no
And
problem.
you
You
got
always
the
swing through. You always swing through. You're welcome.
Yes,
Big
sir.
Mike, that one Mike, you're welcome always.
Always salute, man.
Your super chat, your commentary, absolutely, and you're welcome to come up on the panel whenever. I saw you in the back. I'm like, who is this popping up in the back? I said, let me bring him up.
Cool. I was on you a couple months ago. I was in Tallahassee, Florida, on vacation with the family. I had popped in for maybe about an hour. We were talking about purpose and job and working at the time. I was like, sometimes you're gonna do what you don't want to do, until you can do what you want to do. So yeah, that was a while ago. But other than that, yeah, I'm always gonna support Mr. Lee. I respect you, man, like an uncle. So you know it's all good. And
Much
Hank,
appreciated.
ground and pound, baby.
I know.
I'll be checking you out, man. I'll be checking you out all the time when I get a chance to, man. Hey, look, y'all basically my work music. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we appreciate we can do that for you, bro. That's what we're here for, to teach some people.
Basically my work music. While I'm working, I turn y'all on and get it in.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
That's what we're here for, man. We're trying to bless people. We're trying to give the people what they want, baby.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes the medicine, they don't know they need it, but we got to push it down their throats anyway. Remember those days when you used to get that castor oil or that cod liver oil?
I definitely say old school castor oil, baby. I know all about it. Like the liver and onions back in the day. Your grandma used to make the liver and onions.
Absolutely. Okay, let me read out this message here, Hank. 1 second. Miss Bliss.
All right.
Mr. Lee is the reason I became a member. Everything else was entertainment. Mr. Lee is informative. Thank you so much. Nat P, super chat, no message. Appreciate you, brother, for coming on up. You're welcome. See you next week. Any last words, Mike, before I close it down?
Man, just greeting, salute, man, and keep up the good work, man. Stay positive, stay informative, man, and keep doing what you do, Uncle Lee. You know what I'm saying? It's appreciated. And Hank, ground and pound and ladder them hoes.
Okay.
I had to.
Appreciate it.
Okay, not a problem. Sorry about that. Hank, any last comment?
I think I said all I need to say. Black man, protect yourself at all times. Ain't nothing else need to be said. Do what you have to do. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Appreciate it.
Be safe, my brother.
Cool. And I just want to thank you guys for tuning in to another edition of Sage Talk. Much appreciate all the love and the comments that you guys gave me today to Super Chat. I look forward to coming back next week with another powerful conversations and things that I can add to enhance your life one way or the other. Like they said, spit out the bones and take the meat. I try to bring more meat than bones, but hey, every so often you get one caught up in your teeth, right? Talk to you guys later. Have a good one. Sage Talk out. JR, you want to take us out?